Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third multiplier event of CREAMS project. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, good morning. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody to the third multiplier event of CREAMS project. This is the last day, actually, of our project. So I'm very happy to tell that we had a very good cooperation inside the consortium, and we produced a lot of fascinating outcomes. But first of all, I'd like to give the floor to the scientific coordinator of this project, Professor Fidas, for a welcome speech. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Professor Koukopoulos. I would like to welcome you to this last event of our project. This event is located at the University of Patras in Greece. It has a list of actions that includes hands-on experiences that will be guided by our fellow colleague, Dr. Belk. And it also includes presentations of all the partners of the consortium about the final deliverables of the projects. We are very happy that in this room we are about 15 participants that will have the opportunity to use the tools that we have developed. And thank you very much for all the collaboration. And we hope that you will have a good experience in this event.
Thank you very much, Christos, for your work. Έχουμε red code, γιατί το άλλο δεν έχει τόσο καλή σύνδεση. Ναι. Thank you again. My internet has some problems, maybe. Well, let me share again my screen. Well, as I have already said, this is a disseminative and educational event. It will focus delivering the summary of the project tests and functional version of the platform developed by the project to all the participants. Together with the representatives of all project partners, we will introduce as well as technical aspects of based on the evaluation summative test result. The actual aim of this event is to reach a wide audience of stakeholders interested in the topic and serve as a project advertising and sustainability forum. The disseminating aspect will be also designed to educate and inspire the attending higher educational institutes and several organization representatives to consider new digitalizing approach that will benefit online presence of institutions. As I have already said, we have some problems.
Δημήτρη,
Yes,
καλημέρα.
yes,
Δημήτρη,
yes, Marinos.
Καλημέρα. Sorry for the interruption. Αλλά μπορείς κλείσε το βίντεο σου, διότι μάλλον δεν θα υπάρχει μεγάλο bandwidth.
Yes. I will close my video camera.
Διακοπές και μετά δεν βγαίνει νόημα καθόλου. Ναι, ευχαριστώ.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, this event consists of several modules, each dedicated to achieve intended learning objectives. The two main aspects of this event concentrate on training activities and manuals informing higher education institutes on how to make use the platform developed by the project to their best benefit. Other activities also will aim to disseminate the intellectual outputs that include, first, the introduction of stakeholders to the current state of the art with regard to digital media and diverse forms of visual representation of multimodal material with emphasis on virtual exhibitions and how they can be best utilized by an online audience. Secondly, the presentation of the open source platform and its functionalities, supported by its evaluation through the project's development. Third, a discussion and distribution of all educative materials elaborated through the project's course, consisting of open knowledge repository and instructional materials. The main project outputs covered include requirements verification and conceptual design of the framework for virtual exhibitions, assessment reports summarizing conducted case studies at participating higher education institutes, investigating efficiency and impact on user performance. Also, we include utility measurements and user satisfaction feedback, including data from community forum navigating through the tool. Furthermore, we will present our knowledge repository with training materials and tutorials supporting platform visitors and users, along with presentation of pertinent best practices and techniques. And finally, we will talk about digitalization and we will present virtual exhibitions of art-based academic research outcomes in the various higher education institutes that constitute the consortium of this project. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, here you see our project partners. First of all, the University of Patras as the coordinator of this project. Also the Cyprus University of Technology, Cognitive UX, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Senkar Engineering Design Art College, and NTNU University. Some logistics for our project. The duration was 3 years. Start day was the 1st of February 2022, and this one is the last day of our project. CREAMS proposes four main functions. It aspires to engage stakeholders of European higher education institutes to elicit requirements related to the creation of virtual exhibitions for art students. One of the main goals is to design, develop, and evaluate a framework and open source tools for virtual exhibitions. Within CREAMS, educational material for higher education institute stakeholders will be implemented and evaluated along with LTTAs. Finally, all the produced material and tools were disseminated through websites, social media, publications in journals, participation in conferences, organization of LTTAs and multiplier events, taking special care for the sustainability of the project outcomes. In this context, CREAMS goals are fivefold. We have investigated existing solutions and established a first set of specifications which were used for the development of low-fidelity tools. Concerning the third aim, we performed the first formative evaluation using a class of 52 art students concerning the authoring part and 27 art students as simple visitors, 79 in total, along with a focus group of 3 specialists in virtual environments. The stakeholders' feedback from the first evaluation study used for the revision of conceptual design. The second version of conceptual design was the basis for the development of high-fidelity tools based on a user-centered design methodology. The last year, we finalized the second formative evaluation using a class of 80 students, and also we have a summative evaluation now in progress till this day, using a class of 150 students. Concerning the fourth aim, we have created a repository with the first set of training webinars manuals about frameworks tools, digitizer, AR exhibition app, VR viewer, and editor, AR viewer and editor, mixed reality viewer and editor in 5 languages, video tutorials, best practices guide, and course material. Concerning the fifth aim, we have published 5 conference papers and 2 journal papers, organized 3 multiplier events and 3 LTTAs, and created a logo, website, and social media where partners make regular updates. Recently, the last September, we released the final version of CREAMS tools, along with the final version of CREAMS conceptual design specifications. Here you can see CREAMS time schedule in the form of a Gantt chart. As you already know, we have started on February 2022. Till November 2023, we have made sufficient progress in all project results. We produced a first validation and verification report, along with readiness metrics of deploying cutting-edge digital technologies, and the first version of CREAMS conceptual design. In September 2023, we fulfilled the revision of the first version of CREAMS conceptual design based on the first formative evaluation feedback and the discussions among partners. Concerning PR2, in September 2022, we finalized CREAMS architecture and structure design, and we developed low-fidelity CREAMS tools. In September 2023, we finalized the second high-fidelity version of CREAMS tools. And the last September, we finalized the set of CREAMS tools along with the final specifications of CREAMS framework. Concerning PR3, in September 2022, we finalized the design of experimental methodology, while in February 2023, the first formative user evaluation study completed. On February 2024, we finalized the second formative evaluation, and now the summative evaluation of CREAMS tools is in progress. Concerning PR4, on November 2023, we finalized the creation of the initial versions of course material, best practices guides, and training material for instructors and art students, along with the writing of manuals for ICT staff. Also, after that, we have tried to produce course and training material in consecutive versions till the end of our project. Concerning PR5, we have conducted 3 sets of webinars targeting instructors of schools of arts, art students, ICT specialists, and policy makers. The important thing here is that we have not only produced course training material and, let's say, tools, but also we have published to the research community more than 7 research papers, 2 in well-known journals and 5 in accredited conferences. Here you can see the main project results. They are 5-fold, starting with the conceptual design of the framework, the development of CREAMS tools, system verification, course and training material, and our webinars. I have already said that we have conducted 3 LDTAs, the first one on May 2023. The basic goal was to train teachers on platform application and methods of creating and publishing diverse digital materials. And the second one was targeting mainly art students, giving them guidelines and directives on how to use CREAMS method and tools. The final one was the previous 3 days, where we presented all our work to policymakers. Here you can see what we have done in dissemination and sustainability activities, multiplier events, technology demonstrations, workshops, produced training material, webinars, logo, website, social media accounts, and open source software license for our developed tools. Well, how we have started? Always the cold start has as a prerequisite to talk with experts. So, talking with experts in art schools, we summarized the functions of the Perspective platform in 4 axes. The first one is to enable artists to employ 3D digital exhibitions in order to reach new audiences. The second one was, of course, the development of tools that empower artists to present their ideas. The third one was the ability for art students to create multimodal, in-depth descriptions of their artworks. And finally, to adapt all the developed modalities to the aesthetic and conceptual character of the artworks themselves. What were our achievements? We developed online virtual exhibitions tools with personalization capabilities. We produced a smartphone app for the digitization of 2D objects by students themselves. Also, we have developed an AR application for creating outdoor, indoor, in-home AR exhibitions. We have included interactive features such as pop-up widgets with text and multimedia content in our tools. We have functionalities for virtual reality exhibition space creation and the allocation of artifacts in the outdoor space, security functionalities like the adaptation of a role-based access control model and blockchain functionalities. Of course, we have created a knowledge repository because we believe that the actual outcome of this project is a course with its theory and its lab, multimodal in-depth description of artworks, functionalities in the form of interactive art sketchbooks. We have constructed a native application in HoloLens 2 that permits the exhibition of artworks with mixed reality. And also our platform contains art instruction functionalities, young artist exhibition functionalities, and specific administration tools. Finally, at the mixed reality application, we have developed a cognitive agent as an assistant for the users. Here you can see the methodology the project followed till now, starting from the literature review, a survey of commercial applications, best practices. All this knowledge was filtered by experts through semi-structured interviews, and we constructed the first set of design principles. After that, we built specific mock-ups illustrating specific scenarios. And after that, we used focus groups in order to have a first evaluation of our work. Also, we have produced readiness metrics on employing extended reality tools in the educational process. And after that, we reached the first version of our conceptual design. Based on this first version of conceptual design, we built CREAMS framework structure and architecture, and we developed the first set of CREAMS tools. After that, we proceeded to the, let's say, investigation of methodologies in order to pick the right one. And after that, based on this methodology, we conducted our first formative evaluation. Based on the feedback of this evaluation, we revised the conceptual design, produced the first set of course and training material, conducted the first set of training webinars, and of course, revised our CREAMS framework. After that, following a user-centered design methodology, we conducted a second formative evaluation in order to revise the conceptual design, the course and training materials, and produce the final set of CREAMS tools, along with a second set of training webinars. Now, the last months, we finalized our course and training material, conducted the last set of training webinars targeting mainly ICT specialists and policymakers. And now we are at the last step of the summative evaluation. Here you can see, you can have a first glimpse on the first version of conceptual design. You can see we have a backend with specific services, teacher services, security management services, art student services, and front end. In the first version, we thought that it would be best to have 3 AR applications targeting in-home, indoor, and outdoor functionalities, an application for virtual reality exhibitions, and another one for mixed reality exhibitions. The second version refined all this design, so you can see in the database corner that we have inserted the knowledge repository. We unified the 3 AR apps to an AR app with 3 functionalities. We decided that we will build a native mixed reality application based on HoloLens. We have a VR exhibitions web-based environment. And of course, we included the physical artwork digitizer. Also, let's say, a major modification here was the introduction of the curatorial approach in the teacher services. So we propose two different approaches to the art instructors. Let's say the simple one, the teacher can allocate students to specific exercise and then assess it at the end of the process. While curatorial approach permits the teacher to have a continuous interaction with his or her student in order to produce the final results. Furthermore, we have added here some artist services that do not use educational functionalities. And here is the final version of our conceptual design. We further refined all these materials. We have included the blockchain technology, functionality, concerning security management, communication and dissemination services, personalized recommendations, and so on. Many of these things will be explained later on by Dr. Belg. Now, finally, we achieved to produce a framework with an art student workshop consisting of a VR and AR editor and mixed reality editor, portfolio management tools for the students, a virtual reality exhibitions viewer, along with an AR exhibitions app with outdoor, indoor, and both functionalities, a native application for viewing mixed reality exhibitions, a 2D artwork digitizer application, and teacher, artist, administration, security, communication, and personalization services. As far as the evaluation of this project is concerned, we have designed an experimental methodology and conducted two formative user evaluation studies, along with a summative user evaluation study. What about the course and training material? We produced such material in 5 languages, ensuring the internalization of the outcomes of this project. And we have conducted 3 sets of training webinars, which have been uploaded on the knowledge repository of this project. We have conducted 3 multiplier events. This is the last one, and 3 LDTA events. And as far as the dissemination activities are concerned, we produced a logo. We have a website, community forum, and social media presence. Also, we conducted one workshop in a well-known conference, Euromed 2022, and the most important, 2 journal and 5 conference papers. These are the journal papers, and these are the conference publications. Well, I think that I tried to summarize all the work. It's not an easy task because it's 3 years, but that's all. If you have any questions, please keep them for the end of the event. Thank you very much. Well, according to our agenda, the next topic will be given by NTNU. Ayodele, are you going to give this presentation?
Yes, hello everybody, I'm here. And
okay, let me give you permissions.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm sharing my screen. I hope everyone can see. I hope everyone can see my screen. I would like to just have an indication if that's true?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayo Arigbabu. I'm a PhD candidate at NTNU, and I'm currently not in Trondheim. I'm traveling, so I just pray my internet connection will hold out because I'm not on Wi-Fi. But I'll try to speed run through this as much as possible. So I will not go in depth into any of the things I'll touch on. I'm just going to speed run and then hope that maybe if we have some time by the time I'm done for questions or any area where further discussions are required, I might be able to do that. So I want to talk a bit about virtual exhibitions and touch on a few examples on how this is currently being enabled over the internet and where I see the potential to be headed. The field is generally called GLAM, which stands for Galleries, Libraries, Archives, and Museums. And interestingly, academia has had a significant role to play in how the GLAM space has evolved. I'm actually aware of about two projects that are a little bit similar to CREAMS in terms of being projects initiated by universities and also projects in which universities collaborated to try to build something open source and to release to the community. There's one that is particularly very good that I followed for a while. Unfortunately, I can't even find it in my bookmarks. I don't even remember what it's called anymore because this was a few years ago. So just to say that there's a rich history of interventions similar to CREAMS that have tried to make GLAM projects accessible to people and that were initiated by university clusters. So examples of GLAM that currently exist, Wikimedia is one. We might not ordinarily think of Wikimedia when we think of virtual exhibitions, but it is indeed a platform for curating knowledge in that sense within the virtual exhibition sort of dynamic. And we see lots of Wikimedia content when we use Wikipedia. Smithsonian 3D is a slightly more recent intervention, and it's proving to be quite resourceful. So this Smithsonian Institute have gone on this massive digitization project, 3D digitization, and they're providing lots of 3D assets. Many of them scans from their collections. They're making them available for people to use with a commons approach, so with permissive licenses, and it's proven to be significant in the 3D space because now you can get fairly good quality 3D assets for different physical or artistic references for whatever projects that you might be working on. So that serves more as a repository, but it's a powerful platform in the GLAM space. Research catalog, which we've spoken of as well, is a slightly different kind of approach to GLAM, but indeed it is a fairly sophisticated GLAM platform out there. We've spoken a bit about it before. I mean, when I say we, I mean from NTNU. And Second Life exists as about the first or the most prominent, the first most prominent virtual world platform out there, and it's still going strong. It's a 3D space where people can interact as avatars, and it's lots of artistic kind of projects have happened in Second Life over the years. It's quite impressive that it's still going on, even though it's been there for so long. Long before I mean, Second Life actually made the idea of a metaverse become so mainstream. And yeah, Second Life is significant in that space. Discord is a platform that is the generative AI space since 2022, when the first diffusion models were released. And Midjourney is significant because that was the first platform that, Discord is significant because that was the first platform that Midjourney and Stable Diffusion used to release their generative AI solutions and to build a community. So Discord's resourcefulness for building communities and for organizing around projects was very attractive to them. And at a point, Midjourney alone was generating so much traffic on Discord that it was at an unprecedented level. So they were able to scale their offerings to the point where both Midjourney and Stable Diffusion have now gone on to build their websites, but their presence on Discord is still so significant. So because Discord has voice channels, it has chat channels, it has tools for events. It also is a great platform for virtual exhibitions. So much so that it's almost like a meta platform because platforms that provide solutions for virtual exhibitions are then nested within Discord. And for teaching as well, it's quite a useful tool, even though it's not integrated into many university systems the same way tools like Blackboard and others are integrated, but it can virtually do serve the same purpose and maybe it's even more sophisticated in some other aspects. Developers use it quite a lot for coordinating their teams for projects and stuff. And then, of course, there is Midjourney, which more or less made the AI image generation paradigm so pervasive, and it's still going very strong right now. So Midjourney now has their own website through which you can set up an account and generate images with all sorts of tooling to assist in that process. And the interesting thing about the AI image generation paradigm is the way it rolls its own community. So massive communities build around these tools. And in a sense, it's almost as if the idea of having an art gallery has been has metamorphed into a different kind of way of engaging art. So it's social, it's on these platforms as they're making the art, you're sharing the art, people are viewing the art, commenting on the art, asking how you made it, asking for tools, sharing information. It's totally different. It's distributed, it's democratic, and it's a totally different approach to engaging with art when compared to traditional media channels like going to the museum or going to art galleries, and the different gatekeeping protocols are in place for such traditional modes of engaging with art. So Midjourney is quite significant in that context. Again, when we think about virtual exhibitions, we don't instantly think about the existing social media platforms because we just think social media platforms are for, well, social media. But yeah, they are veritable art distribution channels. They are virtual exhibition channels. For example, this image is by an artist called Beeple, who is a digital artist, and he is very strong in the community, is very consistent. I think he releases an image maybe every day. I don't know if he does that anymore. I've not followed him for a while, but I know at a point he was releasing an image every day, and essentially that is that's him using Instagram as a virtual exhibition platform. And there are many other digital artists and even traditional artists who use Instagram as a vehicle for showcasing and getting interaction on their art. And Instagram is here as being representative of other social media channels that also serve the same purpose. But I think, in my estimation, that Instagram is the most adopted by artists for that purpose. Then I would say that the successor to Second Life will be VR Chat, which has really become kind of revolutionary in how it enables people to get into 3D worlds and experience 3D worlds as avatars. I've been on a community online for a few years now where people go on world hops. They go world hopping from one virtual world to the other every week on VR Chat, and all sorts of projects have been built on VR Chat. There's even like is it an annual or biennial showcase at the Venice at Venice, that features a lot of worlds that are built in VR Chat. So there's a strong community being built around that, around tooling, around learning how to create worlds, and creating all forms of art within virtual worlds, including performance arts in on VR Chat. Yeah, and then there's another one called Frame VR, which is sort of like what CREAMS is trying to do, but it's been there for quite a while longer, so it's a bit more sophisticated in its current iteration, and it's a very handy tool. It's more handy than VR Chat, but the fidelity of the visual elements is not as sophisticated as VR Chat, but nonetheless, it's quite a powerful platform, and it's very popular with educators. I'm aware that some people even try to do theater performances using Frame VR. It's a very versatile tool for setting up virtual exhibitions and also virtual events. And they have a strong community as well, and it's built on they're built on A-Frame originally, and then shifted to Babylon JS. It's a robust platform. Then now I'll talk about electronic textures very quickly, which is a project that I worked on with Annette at that was before I joined NTNU actually, but it was the project funded through NTNU, and we do have plans to revisit it later this year. Essentially, there was a research project where that had to do with Pan-African magazines and journals, and that knowledge base was already curated in a certain way by Annette. And the question was, in what other way can we experience, or in what other way can we enable people to experience this knowledge base and interact with it and throw up new questions and engage with the content? Then we came up with the idea of what we called electronic textures. And the idea was to create a virtual experience through which people could engage with the content and then layer on that content new forms of knowledge or new perspectives. So what we developed was we thought about it as a speculative research station on an asteroid somewhere that people could, because we didn't want it to be geolocated anywhere on Earth, to which might limit or might color the engagement in some way. And the idea was that in that virtual space, there were consoles on which different aspects of the research on those Pan-African magazines could be displayed, and then people could go with their virtual avatars, which we styled as robots, and engage with the content, and then chat with one another and add footnotes or add layer on extra knowledge on that. But I would mention that one bottleneck that we found while doing this was that there was so much attention to try to create virtual presence and create a virtual environment and struggle with all the dynamics of 3D and all the programming that had to make that work. The overhead in doing all that was quite a bit. So currently, I'm thinking a bit more about spreading out the information and focusing more on the information than the environment, and let that engagement with the information and how you transit from one node to the other on the research. Let that be the focus of the development. And that thought brings up the next slide, which is a project called Patchwork by Midjourney. So what the generative AI paradigm has brought up is that now we are getting to a stage where we can start to engage with images or other artifacts that are presented in virtual space beyond just visually appreciating them. We're, we're we're evolving to a point where now we can get to interact with these artifacts in a more nuanced way by engaging with metadata on the artifacts and also having semantic kind of processing of information between those artifacts, thanks to the affordances that AI now provides us with. And I think the closest example that I've seen of this emergent paradigm is this project called Patchwork by Midjourney. And I'll just play 1 minute of a clip about it, and I hope the audio would work. Okay, I'll stop it at that point. So even though Patchwork is being presented as being for world building and all that, if you replace world building with any other thing that one wants an artistic project to do, and we look at how they are connecting images as nodes, and because there's AI tooling behind all that, you're having like semantic relationships behind those connections of nodes. Sorry. You're having semantic relationships behind those connection of nodes. I envisage this to enable one more multimodal means of engaging with art, and higher levels of not just interaction, but higher levels of conveying knowledge. Let me put it that way. So AI, I see as being super relevant in increasingly more important ways as we move forward. And as the digital infrastructure supporting that paradigm continues to expand, we will start seeing more possibilities, and we will start seeing more projects like Midjourney Patchwork. So we'll be moving from Second Life and VR chat sort of platforms to more emergent platforms. And I expect that more interesting ways of engaging with media content online would emerge on the back of this over the next few years. And my last slide, I will hark back to NFTs, which obviously have not been trending as much as they were trending at a point before generative AI came on the scene. And it's not just because of generative AI; it's also because of um, the financial lure that NFTs brought, which attracted lots of people who were just there to make a quick buck and maybe also scam people, and that has given NFTs a very bad rap. However, the underlying infrastructure, the underlying blockchain infrastructure, still presents, in my opinion, um, quite some useful possibilities for engaging with media content online. The bad rep from scamming and all that it has sort of blocked people from exploiting that some more. But my suspicion is that with AI now making some things possible that were not possible before, that some of those issues might be resolved one way or the other, and we might see a reemergence or a reinterpretation of the NFT paradigm in the whole way that virtual exhibitions and the glam space is evolving. So like I said, I just thought to do a speed run over some projects and some approaches I'm aware of, and I'll like to stop talking at this point and see if anyone would like to ask questions or anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayodele, for your interesting presentation. We have 1 or 2 minutes. Are there any questions for Ayodele? Okay, then we can have our first coffee break and come back at 11:30. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. I hope that you have enjoyed your coffee break. And now we are back in order to continue our event. The next topic is about the work and the outcomes that have been done within the project result 1 of this project. And after this presentation, we'll follow similar presentations about the other 4 project results. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Sileo is not with us today, so I'm going to make the first presentation about the outcomes produced from project result 1 of this project. Let me share my screen. Well, I hope that everybody can see my screen and can hear me. Well, the role of this project result was to describe the research and analysis of current and existing solutions for presenting academic work and the triangulation of these findings with participating stakeholders' expertise to drive the implementation of the framework. The goal of this report was to derive knowledge on intrinsic requirements with respect to the employment of virtual reality platforms for art exhibitions in higher education institutes. This new knowledge we aspire to be used for the design and development of online frameworks besides this one. To the best of our knowledge, there is no conceptual framework that addressed the need to scaffold art student skills in making optimal use of virtual exhibitions within the higher education domain. Key points of innovation here are the needs analysis, verification, and validation through the planned case studies that generated new knowledge and provided practical insights on the requirements of arts-related higher education institutes in Europe, and the conceptual framework for the development of a multifaceted platform through which our students could gain valuable knowledge and skills. The conceptual framework was being analyzed in detail for its development cycle. Now, here you can see some research methodology milestones concerning the work that has been done within the project result 1. To specify the CREAMS framework user requirements, we first studied the literature and the relevant implemented commercial systems regarding system functionality, the involved users, and the supported content. Then our findings were triangulated concerning system designs, implemented applications, and best practices with the help of a group of art teachers. Following, we created a series of mock-ups aiming to visualize any services and functionality that were based on our findings. Based on literature reviews and mock-ups, we performed focus groups to evaluate the basic usage scenario of the CREAMS framework concerning the insights into the needs, preferences, and priorities of envisaged stakeholders, namely art students, visitors, and art teachers. We designed and implemented 3 separate focus groups. We involved 9 participants and 2 facilitators on average. The discussion sessions lasted about 1 hour. We followed the suggested number of participants, age 2 to 12, and the duration of sessions to ensure validity, according to the bibliography. Likewise, we adopted an adequate number of about 8 simple questions. We have introduced the basic usage scenario and shown several interface screens to familiarize participants with the project's aims, development characteristics, and potential. Therefore, we delivered presentations at the beginning of sessions lasting between 10 to 15 minutes, leaving 45 minutes of actual discussion and questions. Hence, we opted for about 9 participants to allow for views to be expressed by as many and for as long as possible within the above time restrictions. We introduced the CREAMS framework, developing tools, applications, and interfaces, emphasizing that it is not a finished product to be assessed as such. Each focus group was presented as an opportunity for discussion and elaboration on what possible forms it could take in order to better respond to their own needs and preferences. The purpose of the study was clearly presented in detailed text within the consent form sent. The 3 focus groups were led in each case by one of the 3 schools of fine arts involved in CREAMS, NTNU, Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, and Senkar College of Engineering, Design and Art, with the presence of facilitators from the other 2. Focus group participants were invited by or affiliated with these institutions, and we aimed to have an equal share of participants from each school. Another key activity in Project Result 1 relates to defining quantitative and qualitative metrics that reflect the readiness of higher education institutes to employ ICT platforms. Based on a state-of-the-art literature analysis, identification and definition of quantitative and qualitative metrics used for reflecting the level of readiness higher education institutes have with regards to the aspect of employing cutting-edge digital technologies to manage results of arts-led academic work in ways that highlight the sophistication of the artworks and contextual material concerned. Results from the needs analysis and verification and derived readiness metrics constituted the basis for setting the specifications of the framework, which drove the design and development of the low-fidelity version of CREAMS platform related technologies and methods. Low-fidelity version of CREAMS platform evaluated during the first formative evaluation. Based on the results of this evaluation and discussions with stakeholders from higher education institutes, external advisory board members, and among the consortium members, we revised the specifications of the CREAMS framework and proceeded to the design and development of the high-fidelity version of CREAMS platform, related technologies and methods. The second formative evaluation was conducted in order to assess the usability and effectiveness of the CREAMS virtual reality editor and related applications, gathering feedback from various stakeholders such as art students, art teachers, and ICT specialists, and to identify areas for improvement in the user interface functionality and overall user experience of the applications. In addition to the formative evaluation, there have also been extensive discussions within the consortium and with stakeholders regarding the technologies used. These two stages led to the final conceptual design of the CREAMS framework. That final conceptual design was followed for the final version of CREAMS. Here you can see the material we used, questionnaires, and along with questions that you can see here, we used the focus groups. Now, based on the formative user evaluation study that tested the effectiveness from the perspective of system integrity, aptitude for exhibiting artistic material, art education, and discussions among consortium members and discussions with stakeholders from higher education institutes, we revised accordingly our conceptual design 2 times. Here, you can see what research has been made in the literature review phase. First of all, we investigated what happens with the digitization of 2D and 3D objects. For the digitization of 2D or 3D objects, it was necessary to carry out such a literature review and find out all the technologies available at the moment. There are various measurement methods that could be applied to 2D or 3D geometric recording and range from standard simple topometric methods for partial or uncontrolled surveys to complex methods using modern photometric and surveying techniques for controlled surveys. Furthermore, we reviewed the current state of extended reality technologies used in virtual exhibitions and their potential applications, investigating how these technologies can enhance the presentation and engagement of art. We demonstrated basic technologies for extended reality. This work have been published in a well-known journal, the Journal of Digital Applications in Archaeology and Cultural Heritage. However, we should state here that this categorization is not exhaustive. The development of related to extended reality technologies is growing day to day. Another dimension concerned personalization. There are 3 dimensions for information systems personalization that try to answer to the following questions. What? Content, user interface, functionality, channel, all the things can be taken into our minds in order to answer a question that starts with what? To whom? Individuals or categories of individuals with specific characteristics. And the last question starts with who does it, automatically by the system, or explicit personalization should be involved in certain cases. Here, we can see some findings of our literature review concerning personalization techniques. We studied basic categories like content-based filtering, which is the most basic method of all recommender systems. Its prediction is based on the types of items a particular user selected in the past. It clusters users based on their past recorded preferences and makes future recommendations based on their classification. While content-based filtering makes suggestions based on the user's preferences for specific features of an item, the collaborative filtering system does not need the features of the item. It relies on how users responded to the same items without relating to the actual features of the item, and it predicts user preferences based on other user preferences. For clustering, the system needs to calculate the similarity between users or items. In data mining, association and sequence rule-based approaches are used to predict and analyze user behavior. Association rules are a basis for machine learning, namely creating artificial intelligence, where the program can become more efficient without being explicitly programmed. The hybrid technique is a recommender system where the score of a recommended item is calculated from the results of multiple recommendation techniques. And also, we have studied many, let's say, methods that are contained in what we mention as hybrid techniques. Now, here you can see some investigation we've done concerning the actual systems that employ XR tools for virtual exhibitions. We categorized them based on various criteria along with specific properties, and we produced, let's say, a diagram that allocates all these methods in a plane of AR, MR, and VR. This work has been published in two well-known journals, the leaders in the domain, the Journal of Cultural Heritage and the Journal of Digital Applications in Archaeology and Cultural Heritage. This is a very important outcome of this. Now, we discussed the process of filtering state-of-the-art findings through expert opinions, emphasizing the importance of validating the needs analysis conducted in the previous steps by engaging with stakeholders, including art students, lecturers, and system developers. The aim was to gather insights into existing practices, challenges, and the application of current technologies, specifically in the context of virtual reality and mixed reality for art exhibitions. This verification process helped to identify the core features and functionalities needed for a successful virtual exhibition platform. Furthermore, presenting and communicating artworks is a crucial part of art education, underlying the need for effective tools that support these processes. The findings from the expert opinions contributed to shaping the conceptual framework for the CREAMS project, ensuring it meets the requirements of its intended users. We ended up with a set of basic requirements that you can briefly see them in this slide. After that, we proceeded to constructing specific mock-ups to visualize the use and context of a system such as CREAMS that deals with digital exhibitions. These mock-up screens were based on the filtered existing approaches, requirements, and special characteristics of the material to be communicated through virtual exhibitions. Here you can see briefly some of these scenarios based on which we developed specific mock-ups. Also, I can present some of these mock-ups here. A scenario concerns how an art teacher initiates an exhibition. This scenario describes the process by which an art teacher logs into the system and views a dashboard containing unpublished exhibitions. The teacher can initiate a new exhibition by filling in relevant details such as title, duration, and student participation. The teacher also has the option to select students for the exhibition, which can either be saved as temporarily stored or published for accepting artworks. Another scenario concerns the assessment process of an exhibition. In this scenario, an art teacher assesses the exhibition assigned to her or his student. The teacher accesses a menu containing all exhibition assignments, which includes information such as start day, end date, and status. The assessment process involves the teacher reviewing participating students' works, providing feedback, and ultimately publishing the exhibition. Now, another scenario concerns the digitization process. In this scenario, a student needs to add artworks to the system, particularly for those that are tangible and not digital. The student activates an application and logs into the system. After logging in, he or she can attach titles or descriptions, upload existing files, or take pictures, videos of their artworks. The application guides the user through the process of creating a model by taking multiple photographs, in the case of 3D, from different angles, which will be uploaded to the system and stored in the student's repository. We envision to have this functionality. However, currently we developed the 2D scenario of digitization. Now, another scenario concerns the creation of an exhibition by a student. After logging in, the student views a dashboard with information about assigned exhibitions and uploaded artwork. The student can create both indoor and outdoor exhibitions, manage artworks, and set up exhibition spaces. A very important scenario concerns the creation of the exhibition space. We have the functionality, and we illustrate this functionality here with this mockup, according to which, following a set of screens, the student can build his VR exhibition space, or he can allocate the outdoor space in order to prepare it for the allocation of specific artworks that can be viewed with augmented reality tools. Well, I have some more scenarios, but I'm going to go through them. I think that you have already taken, let's say, understanding of this step. Now, focus groups involved 9 to 12 participants from Israel, Greece, and Norway, 3 to 4 from each country, and were expected to last, and actually they lasted about 1 hour. The participants asked 8 questions that aimed to elicit responses and a discussion on the topic of virtual exhibitions as a tool to empower art students, as mentioned, mainly with regard to the specific tools and functionalities under development by the CREAMS project. Here, we provided insights gathered from focus groups discussions conducted with stakeholders, specifically art students, visitors, and teachers, regarding their experiences and expectations related to virtual exhibitions within the CREAMS framework. The emphasis participants put on the ability to manipulate the space of the virtual reality exhibition. Another topic, another issue was the importance given to the inclusion of visitors' comments and provisions for interaction amongst them as well as with the artists. Moreover, although less prevalent, there was notable interest in the ability to sell art through such digital platforms and a concomitant discussion on NFTs and copyright issues. Although NFTs were seen with skepticism, there was also a widespread sense that digital platforms should be able to incorporate such new developments. Here you can see the outcomes of all this step. Another step was to construct readiness metrics of employing cutting-edge digital technologies in the educational process. We based on the literature review in order to identify a list of criteria that are considered critical and essential to the construction of a digital exhibition making and learning platform. These operators are organized according to 4 axes or levels, if you will, that together form the fundament of a successful virtual exhibition platform. The axes and its extremities are visualized here in this slide. The different levels are situated between the indicated extremities or liminal spaces. These extremities are not to be understood as metrically or conceptually opposed, but rather in context with the semantic operators indicate an important measure for the applicability of the levels in the platform. Well, after all this work, we reached, fortunately, the first version of conceptual design. Here you can see that mainly we have a backend with main services, teacher, art student services, security, and some core services for all, along with a front end that consists of augmented reality exhibitions applications, social media, mixed reality, virtual reality, and the physical artwork digitized. Well, the core services contain authentication and registration, authorization, administration, geolocation, personalization, analytics, viewing and searching, and copyright protection functionalities. Now, for the specification of personalization services in the CREAMS framework, we triangulated the findings of the literature review with the help of a group of experts, art teachers, For further filtering, we used interview data acquired by art students. We ended up in a set of requirements related to personalization services that is illustrated here. We investigated many scenarios and we concluded that a basic scenario is the following. The visitor can use HoloLens to view a physical exhibition. It exploits interactions like hand and eye tracking and system gestures. Personalization is memory-based. The system is said to provide the first recommendations after the user completes the exploration of the first artwork to obtain some behavioral data. As soon as the visitor stands in front of an artwork, relevant information appears next to it. This information may be images, text, audio, or 3D objects. An informative object that is maybe that can be contained in an artwork is the artist's sketchbook, which can be presented as a virtual book. This is an important feature, according to the stakeholders. While the system gathers more and more behavioral data, the information that is likely to be interested in the visitor will gain in size and get bigger to draw her or his attention. The visitor may use the head gaze cursor or a gesture to select, change the size, rotate, or change place of any virtual object. In case she or he points his eyes on the artwork, he or she can initiate a video overlaying it that provides the illusion that the artwork came to life. I think that this scenario has been implemented, and our colleague Marius will say something about that. And I'm very glad for it. Now, teaching staff services concerning exhibition initiation and exhibition assessment. Student services, realizing what we said about artwork management portfolio, digitization, creation of the exhibition, and of course, exhibition management. Some first visitor services like social media sharing and rating. And after that, we started the second cycle of our design and development with the basis point, the first formative evaluation. So after the first formative evaluation, we actually, let's say, measured the user experience regarding the implemented system functionalities and those that are envisioned and under formulation in accordance with the requirements of the main stakeholders. The aim of the presented results was to reach conclusions and establish specific directions for developing interactive virtual exhibition tools in art-related education environments. Therefore, the interactivity provisions are a focal point within our assessment procedures, specifically in discussion sessions with focus groups comprised primarily of art students, given that virtual art exhibitions are created and their affordances tested at this stage. The user experience evaluation conducted in this work addresses areas such as interface provisions concerning navigation from one environment to the other. In these functionalities, the ease of use is central, and the aesthetic aspect is subjugated, as it were, to the straightforwardness and intuitive character of the user interface. A clean, visually pleasant, and somewhat neutral approach has been adopted, drawing from partners' experience and after commonly reached decisions. Early findings suggest that this template and design-related aspect of the system was well received. Here you can see some results concerning first formative evaluation. And here you can say that in addition to the formative evaluation, there have also been extensive discussions within the consortium and with stakeholders regarding the building blocks of the platform. These discussions indicated a number of points that should change from the first version. The administration should be a standalone functionality within the backend. A separate database is needed to host the data from the webinars. The initial plan included the implementation of 3 AR applications. However, the consortium decided to proceed with one AR application, including all the functionalities, and stakeholders from the higher education institutes suggested that we should host two more approaches regarding the exhibition creation. One that is called the curatorial approach and belongs to the same category as the already implemented teacher as instructor approach, and one that is called artist approach and belongs to a new category of services dedicated to artists. We speak here about artist services and more approaches for teachers. Teachers define the steps that are needed for the curatorial process. Students gathering their artworks, examining the artworks, arranging the content in groups, providing a description to each group, receiving feedback from the instructor, final assessment, chat communication, etc. More specifically, the curatorial process can be seen here in this slide. It is a step-by-step procedure in order finally a student to build his or her exhibition. This was an important feature that was included in this phase. All this conversation ended with the second version of conceptual design. You can see here that now teacher services not only contain the approach of teacher as instructor, but the curatorial approach. We have art services, we have communication and dissemination services as core functionality, blockchain, authorization, authentication, copyright protection, and the security management. And important thing is that we have added knowledge repository in the databases of our platform. And we specified the 5 different user groups: teachers, artists, students, visitors, and the administrators team. We inserted 3D rendering as core service. Teacher services, we have the 2 approaches, as we have already said. Student services were refined, more or less. Visitor services changed. We added the immersive services. Now visitors can access the exhibitions using Microsoft HoloLens. We started to build in this stage the mixed reality application. We have artist services and a first set of administration services. Now, after that, we developed the second version of tools, and we performed a second formative evaluation. Here you can see the groups we employed in this evaluation. We don't have only art students, teachers, and visitors, but now we have ICT specialists. Also, we evaluated more applications, more tools, not only virtual reality editor, but also we have evaluated digitizer application, AR and MR outdoor applications, along with AR and MR indoor applications. Now, some issues raised in this second formative evaluation, which are mainly indicated by students, were realism issues, navigation, interface, interactivity, and the major issue of support and guidance when they use the platform. What about teachers? They raised issues about usability and navigability, aesthetics, and functionality. Visitors, they raised issues about their experience, their satisfaction, and of course, supportive material. ICT specialists indicated issues in navigation and usability. They also pointed at flexibility, use, and help for guidance. Specifically, navigation and usability. Navigation commands are confusing, and improvements to streamline commands are suggested. And concerning flexibility, there should be more options for interactive use of the entire space, not just walls. While for help and guidance, the application should provide clear instructions and guidance for new users. Now, some areas for improvement specified as an outcome of the second formative evaluation are the points that are mentioned in this slide: user interface improvements, navigation enhancements, realism and visual appeal, support and guidance, interactivity, functionality, technical stability, feedback mechanisms. Now, all this discussion led to the final version of our conceptual design. We have further refined the second version. Now you can see that at the front end, we have an MR native application based on HoloLens, a VR exhibition viewer, a web-based application, physical digitizer, physical artwork digitizer, mainly 2D, and a unified AR exhibitions application. Here are the final services. We have art student services, management, digitization, exhibition creation, management, and VR exhibition space creation, core services, authentication, authorization, geolocation, personalization, analytics, and so on, teacher services, visitor services, artist services, and a more elicited administration services. Now administrator can perform role assignment. It has guides and learning material, and he can manage it. Management, knowledge repository management services, and blockchain setup and maintenance services. And that's all for the design aspect of CREAMS project. If you have any questions, I'd like to hear them at the discussion session at the end of the event. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Now, according to the agenda, Dr. Belka will take the floor in order to give us a presentation of the basic outcomes concerning the project result.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here. Before I start, I would like to thank the University of Patras team for hosting the event and the very nice hospitality. So I'm Marius Bell from Cognitive Grid GmbH. And in this session, I will talk about the main outcomes of Project Result 2, which have to do with the design and development of the technologies of CREAMS. So I will start with an overview. PR2, Project Result 2, and then I will show the latest version of all the technologies in snapshots mainly. At the end of the event, we have also the hands-on, in which we'll see the interactive, interactive systems. Definitely. Sorry, one moment. Esatto. Full screen. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. So I will start with an overview of Project Result 2, and then I will show the final tools and technologies of CREAMS. Based on the technical annex, the Project Result 2 mainly aim to design and implement the tools for supporting the digitization of physical artifacts into creating virtual exhibitions in different means, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. Cognitive UX was the leader of this project result, with all the other partners of CREAMS participating, the University of Patras, the Cyprus University of Technology, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Trincar, and MTNU. So the primary objective of Project Result 2 was to design and develop an integrated integrated platform, for supporting higher education institution scholars to create, disseminate, and promote digitally their research, their artworks through innovative solutions. And in the CREAMS platform, of course, following a user-centered design approach and getting input, a vital input from the main stakeholder partners, the universities, we have implemented an innovative workflow and pipeline which supports students in digitizing physical artworks into helping them upload these digital artworks into the CREAMS platform. From then on, we have built a set of tools enabling students to assign these digitalized artworks into different types of exhibitions, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality, and help them personalize their narrative in these different interaction realms. Key objectives, first objective, related to the design of main software architecture, in which we mainly realized the conceptual design, which was produced, was the main outcome of Project Result 1. Objective B, implement the technologies and tools for streamlining the digitization and further organization management of various material and data. Objective C, implement metrics and indicators for measuring user acceptability, ease of use, adequate sense of presence, which has been used furthermore as part of the formative and summative evaluation studies. And final objective, build everything under following open source approach, implement open source technologies for personalizing virtual exhibition narratives. Key tasks. First task related to the architectural and structural design, which was co-led by Cognitive UX and Patras. 2, digitization of physical artifacts and personalization of virtual exhibition based on customized narratives, which was led by the Cyprus University of Technology. And the third task related to the development, integration, and privacy preservation of the various components, which was led by Cognitive UX. Throughout the project, by following a user-centered design approach, in each year we produced 3 different versions of the technologies, starting with a low fidelity version in the first year. This was evaluated as part of the first formative evaluation. Input, feedback received from the main stakeholders was used to refine the second version. We have produced the high fidelity version, and now in September 24, recently we have released the final version of the technologies which have been used as part of the Scrum Master evaluation in project result 3. Now I will show the main conceptual and architectural design, and then I will focus on each of the main components of the technologies we have built. It is a conceptual design Professor Hugo has shown us. Based on this, the result, based on this design, we have taken various decisions, technology-related decisions at the beginning of the project on which language we're going to use, infrastructure for building the platform, and we ended up with this architectural design. Given that we have several client-side applications, we have an augmented reality app, VR app, mixed reality app, have the digitizer mobile application. We decided to follow a client-server architecture in which we have various client apps at the left side, and we have implemented an application programming interface which exposes a set of endpoints enabling these clients to access the data, the various functions, methods which reside at the server. So we have the digitizer mobile application, which has been implemented as an Android app. We have the, let's say, the main platform is web-based, artist-centered content management system, which is a web-based application. Within the artist-centered content management system, further implemented a web-based VR component, supporting students to create VR exhibitions as part of a web application. We have an AR mobile app, again built in Android, and a native mixed reality app built for Microsoft HoloLens. At the right side, some technologies we use. We have built the APIs based on Django, Python, PostgreSQL for database. Everything is under a Docker technology and some other technologies that I will show in a bit. The backend architecture. So we have the server-side web API, Django REST framework, which is a toolkit for building web APIs, Nginx, another technology we use for load balancing, to have the whole server behave as a web server, G-Unicorn, which is an application server that implements the web server gateway interface, and some other technologies internal for running asynchronous task queues. We use Celery together with RabbitMQ as a message broker. PostgreSQL is a database, a relational database, and everything is under a Docker technology, which is also very nice. It's a nice technology because it helps in portability. You can have the whole technology on your local computer, local development computer, and easily deploy that in other servers. This is also very helpful for anyone who would like to further develop this technology. It's open source, and you can download the Docker technology and start running and implementing, working with this solution. Now, I will show key features of each of the components. So we have a variety of components. The artist-centered content management system, the platform, key platform is what I will start with. It was the component in which the responsible leading partner was Cognitive UX. Within the platform, we have also implemented a web-based VR art exhibition, and we were also responsible to build the native mixed reality app. The Cyprus University of Technology was the responsible partner to implement the digitizer application for 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional digitization and rendering. And the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, LabGeo, was responsible to implement the augmented reality application, realizing outdoor, indoor, and in-home exhibitions. So I will start with the artist-centered content management system. This technology is currently live. And anyone who is interested, even right now, you can go to the CREAMS website, creams-project.eu. You go to POC3 and you can access it. You can create register, create an account, and start using these components. And of course, the other technologies as well, like the Android apps, are also available. You can download them and test them right now. So the key features of the artist-centered content management systems are mainly split into, let's say, categories, depending on the role the user that is currently accessing the system. You have instructor-related features and student-related features. Instructor-related services relate to tools that enable the instructor to, first of all, initiate an exhibition. They can initiate VR, AR, MR exhibition as a first step, entering several metadata, then assign students as a project, assign students and coordinate to each of the exhibitions. Then on the other side, students, since they have been assigned, they can further use these tools to create, manage their digitized artworks, manage media, tools that help them assign digitized artworks within the exhibition for VR, AR, MR. And with regards to assessment, we have implemented the so-called curatorial approach, which is a main interface between instructors and students to share information, to provide feedback on the reasoning that the student has followed for creating the grouping of the decisions they have taken on the selections, and other chat component, which is a classic chat tool, runtime chat tool, which enables instructor students to communicate through the platform. Okay, so what I will do, I will mainly show the snapshots, and through the snapshots of the latest system, I will explain the features. And at the end of the day, we have a dedicated session for walking hands-on demonstration. There we will see at runtime the technologies. As I mentioned, you can right now access the system, sign up for an account, following a state-of-the-art approach, the trusted user authentication approach, in which you need to verify your email account and then access the services. You can either access as an instructor or a student. Once you do that, in case you are an instructor, you start with the instructor dashboard. The main dashboard basically illustrates the running exhibitions that you have created, whether this is a virtual reality, have also access to various assessment and different tools. But in case the main task that an instructor would do, I would say, is to initiate and further manage an exhibition. So you initiate a VR exhibition, for example. In that stage, you enter information like some metadata information, title of the exhibition, like a thumbnail, type of space, if that's a VR exhibition, start date, end date. Once you complete this step, you assign students that are under your organization to these exhibitions. Students are being assigned. Once students are being assigned, they will then on the other side, on the other end, be able to access the exhibit. Before I go to the student, we have also classic management tools, which the instructor can edit the exhibition data, students, co-advisors, and access the assessment tools. Now, the student view now, given that the instructor has assigned the student to the exhibition, these are the exhibitions that the student has been assigned to. So what we see here is that this specific student has been assigned to 2 virtual reality exhibitions, no augmented reality exhibition, and 1 mixed reality exhibition. And at the right side, you can see these are the access points which the students can access the tools for creating and managing their exhibit. The VR editor, access it to a tutorial approach, and as well as load an exhibition, they have backed up. We have also the last version built a mechanism that helps students to back up various versions to keep track and further load them if they like to. Okay, so this is the dashboard view of the student, and I will show key components of tools for the students. We have the artworks manager. So this is one component that the student will definitely need to access. Because this is a component in which the student uploads and manages their 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional artworks. Now, there are 2 ways to upload data to the artworks manager. One is through the digitization component, in which 2-dimensional digitized component artworks are being uploaded to the server by calling the relevant API. But we have also built dedicated forms in which the student can also upload 2D and 3D artworks that have been digitized to other applications. Okay. So for 2D artworks, first step, main step basically is to provide some metadata and upload the two-dimensional artifact in an image format in JPEG. And in the 3D artworks type, you need to follow two steps. First step is to provide the artwork title, thumbnail, which is used for the listing purposes of the artwork. The data type, the data types that we currently support are GLB, GLTF, and OBJ. Once I complete this step, the second step for the 3D is to allow the student to upload any relevant data to the 3D model. Allowing the student to freely upload any relevant data they like textures, the binary data of the model, and anything else that is associated with the 3D model. So here, what we see here is a 3D sculpture Aphrodite. It has been digitized by the Cyprus University. Have provided these files to us, and we upload them in the Artworks Manager. And this is the result. This is for quick view for testing. Basically, this is the actual 3D model that has been modeled, and it's basically a quick 3D viewer so that the student can see the result, what the student has uploaded. But we are not in the exhibition yet. Beyond 3D files, a similar mechanism allows students to upload any associated media, any other files related to the artworks, leveraging on the concept of hypermedia, going beyond the media, and associate, connect data with the digitized artworks. We can manage the existing artworks. If I want to remove, add 3D files associated with the QR code, which is used by the AR app to display, retrieve the relevant artwork. This is the place we do that. Now, Media Manager is another component in which a student can upload a video, which can also be used furthermore in the exhibition, which follows a classic code approach for creating, updating, deleting the videos. And we have the Exhibitions Manager, which is basically a view of the dashboard in which a student can access all the types of exhibitions and access all the relevant tools from there. Now, one of the key components, I would say, is the virtual reality workshop. Is the standalone component, web-based, built on the A-Frame open source framework, which enables students now to build virtual reality exhibitions in a web browser, assigning artworks that have been digitized and adding any further data like adding lighting, changing the coloring of the walls, adding spotlights, and so on. So this is the main view. We have split this component into two main parts. At the left side, we have the main canvas, the A-Frame canvas, in which the student creates and navigates in the exhibition they have created. At the right side, we have all the relevant tools that enable the student to assign, create, after information, and adjust, customize the exhibition. So we'll go through each one of these tools, basically how we split, how we categorize the tools. We have created a tab-based interface in which each tab has a set of tools enabling the student to make the changes in the exhibition. What you see here is a room, 5x5 room with the walls. And one of the challenges we had when we were designing this tool had to do with interaction design aspects, how we can make selections at the right side, assign the artworks in the left side within the room. So what we decided was to follow a wall-based approach, basically for assigning an artwork to the exhibition. First, the student selects a wall. Say, okay, I want to assign a specific artwork to that wall, and then we have adjustment so that the student can move around, rotate at the X and reposition the artwork at the XYZ axis. Now, some more details on each of these tools. Room-related tools are tools that allow students to change the color of the ceiling, the wall, the ambient lighting color. We have the artworks. Here we have artworks that have been selected by the students to be added in the library of that specific exhibition. Student selects the wall and assigns either a two-dimensional artwork or a three-dimensional artwork. Students can also assign it as a main artwork, but also assign it as an associated media, which is a different type of assignment. We have labels. Students can add labels, text, textual information in the room, assign videos. Now, with regards to the adjustments, depending on the type of artwork you would like to assign, you have different tools. For labels, for textual information, we have some text handling related tools for changing the text, the font size, the font colors, but as well tools for resizing the objects, making it bigger, smaller, rotating it, positioning it in the three-dimensional space, and delete the elements. Okay, this is another tool. So basically, the way someone selects the artwork is either by directly clicking within the space or selecting it from a drop-down list. Spotlights is also a nice feature. Yes. Is the scaling value, so how fast you want to scale up or scale down or rotate the object. I can show it to you in real life. You first select it. Let's say I want to add an artwork to that specific wall. I select the wall. I assign the artwork being shown up like here. I have it here. So I click here, I select the artwork, it's here, and then let's say I want to position it to the right, to the left, up, down, and I do this by clicking on the on the or on the Z axis to bring it.
So you don't have a direct but you like I don't know, in the LaTeX where you change the parameters and
you click here to change things here, and one of the main reasons we decided this was because this canvas, when you use the mouse and to move around, you trigger events to move within the space. Now, there was a challenge in how to differentiate the movement with regards to how can I move this to you. Let's say I click on this, I select it. I want to bring it towards me or put it back. Or there was a big challenge there.
So you use canvas,
yes, it's an A-frame. It's A-frame basically, which is A-frame. It's an open source framework for building VR, virtual reality spaces within web. Yeah.
And the other question is here the user is the student, right?
Yes.
So the student manipulates also the 3D environment, the room.
The layout, yes, the main.
If the teacher wants to have similar, like to get a feeling of the whole group of students have created a virtual exhibition, perhaps the teacher will decide on the layout of the room, the lighting, the other parameters. So the student should not touch those because these are defined by the curator or the organizer of the experience. exhibition and focus mostly on the artwork and the adjustment needed.
Yeah.
So this use case, do you support it?
We don't support this. Based on the feedback we received from the stakeholders, stakeholder partners, was that the instructor initiates the exhibition, adding some metadata and assigning students, and then the student is free on their own to create the layout and build their own exhibition with their artworks. We have the curatorial approach in which, before they start getting to building the exhibitions, they make selections of the artworks they are intending to use. They get feedback from the instructor if it's okay to proceed with this selection of artworks or not, then they proceed. So what we see in the artworks component lists the artworks that have been selected in the curatorial process.
So in one room,
Yes, yes.
so the same student, the same artist, can produce in his own piece of space artwork.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Then the curator would decide this should be to go in the public exhibition, or this should not.
No. The selection happens before, basically as a list of artworks, and the curator sees, the instructor sees the selection of artworks. They say it's okay or not, because we also have some other tools like grouping the artworks. There is zoning behind selections, and once the curator says, okay, you can proceed, then they get into this world. This happens
okay.
one step before.
Not
Not
after-
with it.
after
No. Yes, correct. Yes. Mhm.
How long it's going to be exhibited?
Yes.
Select a subset of these to go into a public show.
No, and right now everything is public. Whatever someone does is. We don't have this implementation, but we could. There is a built schema, so this could be supported or extended. But yes, I agree with you. I was also thinking it was a big challenge with regards to the interaction design. This tool, how we can manipulate with drag and drop versus differentiating between editing and moving around. That's why we decided to follow this approach. Yes, three evaluation, 2 formative, and now the summative. Yes. Now, spotlights, someone can select the wall, add a spotlight, and change the intensity, the penumbra, and so on. And some visitor mode was the last addition we added, in which a student can enter into visitor mode to enable functionality that a visitor would see. Now, these are some examples of a sketchbook, main artwork with associated material around it, with the spotlights added, and another view of the same room. Some additional management tools that were added in the final version is tools for backing up, loading exhibitions, resetting exhibitions in case someone would like to start from scratch, which someone goes to the relevant tool as it's shown here. Now, viewing exhibitions, we have, when you go to the main starting point, the login screen, you have the publicly available gallery of exhibitions. These are some exhibitions that were created in the last months by real students as part of summer workers. What I see here are students from Shankar who have heavily used the tool in August as part of a summer workshop. And when you go right now, you will see many more exhibitions that have been created by students, real students, as part of the summative evaluation. And this is, the visitor's view, where someone, now there are no editing tools, you interact and move around within this exhibition. Beyond the VR editor, we have two other versions of editing tools for supporting the build-up of AR and mixed reality exhibitions. The idea here is basically to make selections within an exhibition, make selections of the artworks that you would like to display in the exhibition by selecting this. And we further support location services for outdoor AR exhibitions in which someone can pinpoint an artwork and assign it at a longitude, latitude, and this information is used as input by the AR component, AR application. Once the visitor is in close proximity to that specific location, the artwork will be augmented on the user's mobile device. This is the editor on the platform side. And we have a dedicated AR application built by our partners from the Aristotle University who have implemented this app. Also available in the CREAMS website. Now, with regards to the teacher services, some quick snapshots on the curatorial process, what I showed earlier. Basically, an instructor can access a list of students here as part of the group. Access the VR exhibition. This is enabled right now because this student has created an exhibition. This student has not created it. Let's open the chat as well as open the curatorial folder, which opens the 6-step process before the student actually starts implementing the exhibition. Now, a quick note on the curatorial process. The curatorial approach was applied and realized in this project with the aim to enable instructors to provide feedback on the selection of artworks and the reasoning before the student actually starts implementing the exhibition. So these are some screens, some forms, 6-stage process in which the student first selects the artworks. It's used as an interface between instructors and students to see the selections and the reasoning of the artworks before they actually start implementing it. So this, for example, these are the 2 artworks that we have seen in the exhibition that were selected as part of the curatorial project, and only these 2 will be shown in the exhibition list. And communication service, runtime communication service, classic chat tool in which instructor can talk, send messages within the platform to the students. Not use the editing tools, but see it as a visitor, but not to manipulate the. What the student sees here will be shown as a list at the other side of the instructor side. But not make the change. They will have a text box. We have a main tool in which the instructor can provide the feedback. This is based on the decisions, the specifications were provided to us by the end users. So they wanted to have a list of artworks, and then the instructor would provide feedback in the form of free text. Yes, correct. Like a post-exhibition stage. Yes. Yes, good. We can discuss this with our. Now, some words on the other client applications, the CREAMS AR app. The augmented reality application was implemented by our partners from the Aristotle University. So the AR app is a smartphone Android application that enables now visitors to interact with the students' artworks in the context of physical exhibitions in which the artifact can be augmented on the phone through their phone, either in a physical outdoor space by using the location-based services, either scanning a QR code within an indoor exhibition, complementing physical artwork, or even within in-home contexts to augment artwork in their own space. And these are some screens. These are two-dimensional artwork augmented on the visitor's camera. The locations, now the artworks that have been pinpointed on the platform are shown in the Android app. List of galleries and process to scan the QR code. And this is another view of illustrating three-dimensional artwork. This is the artifact, the artwork that has been uploaded. I've shown you the Afro sculpture is being augmented, and this is another model for testing purposes. The CREAMS digitizer application consists mainly of two components. One component relates to digitizing two-dimensional artworks, basically taking a snapshot of an image or two-dimensional physical artifact, and the Cypress technology has implemented tools for cropping the image and uploading this image to the CREAMS server. And the team of CAD is currently working on building the 3D implementation, the three-dimensional implementation, which through the screen, the student will digitize a three-dimensional artwork and upload it to the CREAMS server, and this will be available in the Artwork Manager. And finally, the native mixed reality application is a native HoloLens application in which we have implemented various features. An artworks gallery in which the artworks are being displayed, and the user, the visitor, can select the artwork and see any associated media. We have also implemented the proof of concept matching of an artwork from a physical, from an artwork within the physical work, to match the virtual with the physical, to implement the real mixed reality. Cognitive agent is an attempt, a research attempt we did, in which we try to basically assist the visitor using LLM to make questions while viewing specific artwork. Ask a question, and the LLM will respond as a cognitive agent, will answer basically the question that relates to that specific artwork. And the exhibition list basically display the two-dimensional, three-dimensional artworks that have been assigned by the student in the exhibition. Okay, so these are some snapshots of the artworks gallery. Using hand gestures, someone can make selections and view the artworks at the next stage. Any associated material, and these are some associated. You can move around, drag and drop the associated data. This is the attempt we made matching basically how this scenario works. The user wears the HoloLens, takes a snapshot of a physical artwork, take a snapshot, we compare it with the digitized artworks, and we respond with the top 3 most similar images. This is still a proof concept, but the idea here is to use the HoloLens within a physical space and match the physical with the digital artworks. This is a cognitive agent. This is a proof concept in which we also run a study to see the user experience and trustworthiness of such a technology. Basically, we illustrate a list of common artworks, and the user, the visitor, can make a question. So by saying the question is being transferred from speech to text, sent to the LLM, ChatGPT API basically, and ChatGPT responds and displays the answer. And we investigated this approach as an alternative approach. And the good news on this part is that we also received the Best Demo Award at the ACM User Modeling Adaptation Society. It was a promising result, the attempt. And finally, the exhibitions list. These are the exhibitions that were created by the student. clicking on the exhibition, you see the list of assigned artworks, 3-dimensional, 2-dimensional, and then once you click, you get into the next stage where you can see the artworks and move them around, rotating them using built-in gesture and gesture functionality of all of them. This is the sculpture of Aphrodite that we have shown in the previous screens as well. Yeah, this is it. Thank you very much. Everything is on the website. You can visit the website and access all the latest technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. It was a fantastic presentation. You gave us a lot of things, a lot of ideas. Implement the idea. This is important. I'd like to ask everybody who wants to ask a question of Dr. Bell to keep it for them to now we will have our lunch break.
Okay.
And come after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Is it any better now?
You can see the layout of PowerPoint with the first slide.
So it's like you have the sorter, and then when I go first.
Okay.
I can share it for you if you want. Can you send it to me?
Yes, that's super weird. Let's make a last-ditch effort. In theory, I should be able to send it via the chat thing. Okay, so it's basically the sorter. Now you can see like the small thumbnails on the sides.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay, let's.
Okay.
I think it's sort of doable.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of the overview of the PR3, there are some things we have talked about earlier at the LTTA event. Obviously, the project result 3 has to do with evaluation and the assessment of the consequent phases of the project as it progresses. We have been basing the developmental cycles of the software design and the tools design on the basis of students' feedback and participation in focus groups and in questionnaires. Another thing that PR3 actually does is design the evaluation methodology on the basis of similar assessment projects. Actually, we came up with a mixture of methods based on usability scale questionnaires, such as the SUS and some more specific sets of questions. The methodological mix is something which is quite widespread. It's valid, and many high-profile research projects have followed the same route with us. So obviously, we will share some results and findings. Probably this is the small print. I will not stay very much on the structural logic of PR3, but in a nutshell, we can say that you firstly design the evaluation method. Secondly, you go through 2 consequent formative evaluation study cycles. And as we stand, we conclude the evaluation procedure with the summative evaluation studies. Now, as things stand, the digital tools were shaped, in fact, through the feedback received, and we encouraged the students to take part because we made it perfectly clear to them that they are not passive consumers of a finished industrial project or commercial project or a commercial product, if you like. What we do is we cooperate with them so they shape an open source set of digital tools that will be available firstly to them and moreover to other art students throughout the globe. This was some sort of motivating factor. We had extended focus groups, mainly with students and with other stakeholders. Talking about stakeholders, we identified 4 separate groups: art students, art lecturers, visitors, and the users of these applications. Very often art students themselves, because it's an interesting group, and people who are into art schools are very likely to actually show active interest in what their peer group, their art students do and exhibit. We have a 4th group, which is comprised of ICT specialists. We have some indicative KPIs, key performance indicators. Roughly speaking, the most numerous KPI has to do with the students as expected. I should reiterate that we have 2 main avenues: questionnaires and focus groups. We mainly base the whole thing on online questionnaires that have pretty much an user-friendly layout. People will tick on a scale from 1 to 5 or 1 to 7 their preferred answer. So the main, if you like, components, the ingredients of our questionnaire is the 10 question system usability scale, which is a very generic tool. Moreover, we have specifically adapted questionnaires that would match the character of CREAMS project, because this has to do with not only people showcasing their work, but with art students who want to strengthen their abilities in terms of curatorship, in terms of providing context about their exhibits, and gaining experience with digital tools, making the most out of these extended reality platforms and applications in order to show their art not only in a stimulating way, but also in a meaningful way, adding additional resources. So there were many questions that would sort of capture the ways students felt that these applications helped them, or what should be changed in order to help them. And from the second formative evaluation, we heavily used a very useful tool, which is the user experience questionnaire. As I said, this is pretty much the layout. People would tick one of the I guess the slides are reasonably viewable. It's not some sort of a...
Yes.
Because yeah. So this is pretty much the feeling responder would get. This is just... I'm not expecting people to read this small print, but it's just like an indication of what a system usability scale looks like, and other questionnaires which are more, if you like, specific ones, like question 23, how helpful was the experience of acquiring skills in curating and presenting your art? these were slightly rephrased in the summative evaluation. Not to put a positive bias on them, to be honest, question 23 has changed into, do you find, how would you rate the ability to acquire skills in curating and presenting your art? So some neutral wording there. These were lessons learned during the first mainly and the second formative evaluation cycle, so we sort of fine-tuned some of the questions in the process. This is another 7-scale thing. UEQ, as I mentioned, a very useful tool because it provides the ability to automatically analyze the results and use some, if you like, metrics and some pre-existing scales like these ones, benchmarks, that you can automatically sort of have a feeling of how well things have gone. I have to say, as Professor Koukopoulos mentioned, that these are indicators based on finished, polished commercial products. So we are very happy being pretty much in the middle and slightly on the green side, which is pretty much what we get. Another aspect is that this questionnaire captures both usability and pragmatic aspects that contribute to the overall attractiveness of our platforms and tools, and the so-called hedonic qualities that relate to how innovative, stimulating, interesting, alluring the whole thing is. So we have some qualitative and quantitative aspects to capture. Now, as mentioned, usability is the very basis of what makes an application agreeable and, if you like, attractive. Intuitiveness is another thing. This is something I will focus a little bit more in this specific presentation as opposed to the previous one. Later on, I will share with you some slides. It so happens that we got some feedback as well, some experience from the evaluator point of view, from our point of view. We realized that things will be and would be much better if we sort of make, if you like, an additional last-minute perhaps investment into adding some FAQ, some frequent answered questions, some sort of tool that allows users to get a little bit of backing, a little bit of support in how then they're going to deal with 3 or 4 not self-evident aspects of this application. Now, as we mentioned, people focused on aesthetics, realism, how malleable, how, if you like, easy it is to manipulate the space and make the most of it, and moreover, how aesthetically convincing and effective it is. We have to bear in mind that we're dealing with art students, people who study visual and applied arts. Some are designers, so aesthetics were quite high on the agenda. This being said, what came from our feedback as a main finding is that when we say realism or aesthetics, we don't mean Hollywood style super realism. It's just a question of how much agency the tools give to the students, to the art students, to do things, to change things, to make the most out of the way the space is configured. Usability is and was a major issue. Of course, we have made amazing job, amazing progress. Things are quite demanding when you have to do with people who are used to very intuitive platforms, and some of them perhaps don't have much of experience, so things that might appear easy end up being cumbersome, so people get easily confused. That sort of relates back to the increased need to give a little bit of additional support. So people were interested in contextualization, that is to say the ability to add resources to frame their work. And last but not least, people needed and still need extra guidance. Now, in terms of questionnaires, these are a little bit of a more detailed descriptions of what I have just said, such as the need for real-time guidance through error messages or problem resolution suggestions. I think what comes up in the end is that we would greatly benefit if we had 4 or 5 identified problems with obviously their solutions in a sort of succinct, user-friendly format that could be just 2 or 3 PDF like slides, or something that in any case combines visuals with some guidelines written. Now, these are some slides I used as, if you like, self-fashioned manual, how people can create an art sketchbook space, how they would proceed, what happens here. These are some screenshots from the program. And one of the first problems that somebody comes up with is that they really have to go close to a wall in order to insert an artwork. So these are some actual snapshots of a PowerPoint presentation I shared with the students, that we have to get really close to the wall and select something, preferably not on an angle. This, for example, could be a resource that could be added under the question how to insert artworks, for example. And just some guidance that people will actually have to go, for example, to the artworks tab, add new artworks, make sure they have a thumbnail, realize that the new artwork shows up on a list, and then in order to insert an artwork in the exhibition, they would have to go to the curatorial and actually do the trick by adding stuff under the artworks tab, by selecting them and saving selection. What I want to say is the reason I'm sharing these PowerPoint slides in a PR3 presentation is that in order to deliver the evaluation, people firstly had to get the basics of how they can handle the system, so that they have a very basic understanding of the ins and outs, in order to be in a position to have a say on the pitfalls, on the shortcomings, on the possibilities to make things even better. So I guess what I'm sharing with you while I'm speaking is a suggestion of what kind of form some visuals could take with arrows and some little phrases on top of the existing manuals, because it so happens that very few of the people who participated in the evaluation would go through the entirety of a 30 or 40 page manual. And even if they did so, it was not always the case that the manuals were corresponding to the developmental phase of the actual applications as they were uploaded during proof of concept 1, proof of concept 2, and the final proof of concept 3. So manuals were a little bit of a resource that is valuable, is super important, but people might need to have some real-time access to some very, if you like, succinct, small resource, 5 or 6 slides or PDF pages that would guide them through 3 or 4 main obstacles that they might find. Namely, these obstacles could be how you actually insert an artwork in the room, how you add an artwork in your, let's say, repository of artworks, how you go through the curatorial process to select them. Things basically like that. Now, going back to the other, if you like, groups of shareholders, we created some initial demo galleries so that people could evaluate as visitors, and we sort of shared some material with art students so that they can know, they can understand how to add associated material. Some people, most of people actually found it a little bit of challenging because they have to understand that they have to go through the visitor mode and so forth. So this is obviously another question that should be answered through a package of visualized guidelines, how you associate an artwork and how to use the visitor mode in order to click it so that it comes up and click it for a second time so that it disappears. These are additional demo, if you like, exhibitions used mainly for visitors assessment. These are some of the actual results during the second evaluation phase. This is the most, if you like, representative one. This is pretty much where we stand in the summative evaluation, slightly better. The thing is that this is a product that was and is under final touches, final development. So I would say that given that the standards of the students are not very high in terms of the quality, but their standards are very, if you like, demanding in terms of how much self-evident, intuitive, and understandable is the way they will have to interact, because they seem to be easily disengaged when they feel that things are not crystal clear and they have to sort of burden their minds in terms of what they need to do in order to proceed further. So I think if we incorporate this final touch, I guess from the findings, yes, there are some issues of dependability. People are not entirely confident that the system will do what they expect to do, but this has an awful lot to do with the degree of familiarization users tend to have. So I guess, given that this is an open source software and this applies to all applications, that in order to make the most out of what we have achieved up to date, I think the last but not least final touch would be to give a little bit of easily accessible through the application FAQs, sort of some guidelines, how to go over 4 or 5 things that appeared to confuse, perplex users. And obviously I shared some of them with you, just to wrap it up. How you insert artworks, how you have to align yourself and go close to a wall in order to tick it. The tab issue, you know, when you are in the Rooms tab, you cannot add artworks. You have to go to the Artworks tab and vice versa. How each tab has its own, obviously, function, but you know, if we go from a user perspective, the path and the actions they will wish to perform are fairly, if you like, predictable. And from our experience, we have seen where they seem to stumble. So I think that would make the final and probably easiest, but at the same time valuable addition, so that our product has actually the toolkits produced have more value and attractiveness for the users. Lastly, I share this quote from Geoffrey Castells, that the medium is not neutral, it has its expressive capacity, and since we work with students who are effectively young artists or nascent artists, it is important for them to use it expressively, and it so happens that this wish was strongly expressed through focus groups and open questions. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions? Okay, then. I'd like to give the floor to Professor Vital from Shenkar's team. She's going to present us the work that has been done within CREAMS project towards building training materials, especially webinars. Yes, Rebecca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dimitri. I need permission to share.
Yes, Rebecca.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay. So, hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca Vital. I am a faculty member in Shenkar School for Design, Engineering and Arts in Israel. And we were the partner that was responsible for doing webinars for training the trainers on virtual exhibitions for the art students. Our institute was responsible for 6 webinars. 5 webinars were hosted in the past, and there is one additional webinar that was hosted 2 days ago within the learning, training, teaching activity. The webinars 1, 2, 3, and 4 were taught solely by lecturers at Shenkar School of Engineering, Design and Arts. Webinar 5 was taught in collaboration by Shenkar and Cognitive UX. And the webinar number 6 was co-taught by Shenkar Cognitive UX and Aristotelio University. The webinars recordings have been published on the CREAMS Moodle page. We have a Moodle hosted in Shenkar's Moodle that is dedicated to the CREAMS project. There you can find all kind of material, which I'm going to take you through it in a bit. We have transcribed all past webinars and currently are transcribing webinar number 6. And the recordings, also the last recording of the last webinar is going to be available both on the Moodle and on the CREAMS cloud. So we started off with the webinars in May 2023. It was the first set of webinars. One of the webinars was geared towards lecturers and the other one was geared towards students. As you know, by now, within the platform of the CREAMS, you can log in as a student and then you see certain things. You have certain access to Panayoti, I can maybe mute you. Okay. Sorry. So, so you have access from a student perspective to galleries and exhibitions that your lecturer opened up, and you can log in as a lecturer, and then you see different things. You see what students are available to you, and you can attach them to certain exhibits. So we divided the webinars in these two ways. Creating one that's mostly for the students and one that's for the lecturers. The first webinar gave the conceptual aspects of curating a VR and AR exhibition, and also showed a live demonstration of the proof of concept 1 of our platform, which was ready at the time. In May 2024, again, we divided the two webinars, one for lecturers and one for students. Here we had a live demonstration of the POC 2, which was ready at that time. And we had a little bit of practice also on it. And then webinar number 5, it was in November 2024. It was more geared towards software engineers, and it showed aspects of the back end and how to modify the CREAM platform so that each institution can take this platform, since it's open source, and then adjust it to their own needs or build upon it further. And now in January, it was scheduled for December, but we decided to do it within the LTTA in January to get maximum participants and maximum output. We showed all the final results. We showed the VR platform, we showed the AR platform, and also some mixed reality features and capabilities. So mostly we really met the deadlines as they were set by the Gantt chart initially. Just the last webinar, it was delayed by 1 month. Instead of December, it was in January. But again, we did this adjustment to get maximum participants. So looking at, I don't have yet the statistics, the final statistics from the webinar number 6. So I'm going to just show you webinar number 5 and the previous webinars. We had 16 responses to the registration, 37% from Cyprus, 37% from Greece, and then the rest divided by Israel, Norway, Germany, and France. And here you can see the distribution between the different universities. The biggest participation was actually here from other institutions. This was a more technical webinar. And I think because we have a couple of art schools, maybe it was a little bit less popular among the students of the partners. And so we did recruit participants from other institutions. But we still had some participants from Aristotelio University and from the University of Patras, as well as Shenkar and NTNU. And for each webinar, we have the full list of participants from the Zoom, which will be included in the report. Webinar 3 and 4, we had 77 responses. The largest amount here was from Greece. We had some from the United Kingdom somehow, and from different other countries. When we look at the institutions, we had a large participation from Aristotle University and from Shenkar, and then some other participation from other institutions, as well as some small participation from the University of Patras. And for the first two webinars, we have a distribution here, a very large participation from Shenkar, 27% from the Aristotle University, and the rest divides with the other partners and other institutions. We can see that we had, as expected, larger participation in the student webinar because we disseminated and we had many students join the webinar. But we did have not too bad also for the lecturer. We had quite a bit of participation for the first webinars for the lecturer's webinar. So you can see here the actual numbers for each webinar, how many participants. And regarding our Moodle is accessible from the CREAMS website. If you go to Knowledge Repository, you have a direct link to our Moodle. The Moodle is open. You don't need you don't need to register. You don't need a password, and it's mainly in English, as you see. So what we have here is we have access to the POC3, we have access to the website. We have the course description here in Greek, English, Hebrew, Norwegian, and German. When we had a webinar, we had the links also from the Moodle, but this already has expired because all the webinars took place. We have the evaluation questionnaires done by our partners at Aristotelio University, which Panagiotis Dafiotis just presented to you. So you can see several links. There are different links for students, for instructors, for the VR platform, for the digitizer, the mixed reality indoors and mixed reality outdoors. We have a section here with documentation and user manuals. We have the main manual for the web application in all 5 partner languages. We have the user manual for the digitizer, which is in English. And then we have also a division in course modules. If there is a lecturer that wants to build a course upon the CREAMS platform on what kind of modules you can build. This material was produced by our partners in Cyprus. And we have short video tutorials. Again, you have a link for students, so you have a tutorial for when you log in from the perspective of the student. You have the perspective of the instructor, a video tutorial for the mobile app, the digitizers, and several updated tutorials. And the meeting recordings, all the webinar recordings are here. Up to here, I just described what we did in our project results, which were required to us for the project. But in Shenkar, we actually got involved further into the project. We have a curatorial studies program, so we helped the group define the curatorial process and create an interface specifically for the CREAMS platform, based on the curatorial process that we teach here in Shenkar. We gave information to our partners at Cognitive UX, and they modeled a digital twin of a gallery that we have here in Shenkar. We actually included the CREAMS platform in some of our curatorial courses, and there the students practiced their exhibition in the digital twin and then did an actual exhibition in the physical gallery. We participated in technical meetings and also in the monthly meetings to give feedback for all the other project results. We translated the manuals to Hebrew. We both initiated and participated in writing of academic papers, incorporated the CREAMS platforms in several of our courses in the curatorial studies and exhibition design. And we organized a training summer workshops on the CREAMS platform, which was very successful, that eventually merged with LTTA2 in Cyprus. And in Shenkar, we invested budgets from Shenkar, and we allocated it to the CREAMS project to supplement the European funding for travel and equipment. So regarding the curatorial process, this is the breakdown and the stages of the curatorial process that myself and Galit Gaon, who's the head of the program of curatorial studies, wrote down. So you see the different stages. We are starting with gathering the artworks, acquaintance and examination of the artworks, editing and writing, then presentation and reflection and getting feedback. A lot of this process is also ping pong between the lecturer and the student. And we created a part in the platform, Cognitive UX created part in the platform that actually accommodates this dialogue between the lecturer and the student through the curatorial process. Then editing the order of the artworks, processing from idea to text, transit from text to space and positioning the artworks, stenography, which is the final positioning, and then only the actual placement on the wall in the virtual gallery, and receiving feedback regarding the exhibition. Regarding academic papers, this paper was initiated by myself with partners in the group, comparison of extended reality platforms and tools for viewing and exhibiting art. This is a paper that looks at around 20 different tools, VR platforms, AR tools that relate to art exhibitions, and makes a comparison on pros and cons, which was very helpful in the beginning phase of our project so that we can understand actually where is the added value of our platform. What can we bring to the table which is actually new, which is different from other platforms that exist in the market? This paper was initiated by partner from University of Patras, Stella Sileu, from physical to virtual art exhibitions and beyond, survey and some some issues for consideration. So I participated in the writing of this paper, as well as this conference paper, personalization services in art education environments, the first survey results. This was published in the conference proceedings. This is the gallery that we have in Shankar, an exhibition gallery, which we modeled, and we sent the information to Cognitive UX, and they modeled it within the CREAMS platform. So this was one of the options to use as space. A peek inside the galleries. On the left, you see the actual gallery, and on the right, you see the virtual gallery. And I mentioned the workshop that we did this past summer. It was a very successful workshop, and I found that it was the most efficient way to teach the platform and to give students enough time to maximize their outcomes within the CREAMS platform, and to actually take advantage of the full potential of the platform. What we did is, it was a 4-day intense workshop in Shankar, and then an additional 2 days in Cyprus, where we presented our outcomes at the LTTA. Our students received lectures about the CREAMS project and the CREAMS platforms. We talked about exhibitions and collections. How do we collect material? How do we categorize material? For an exhibition, in this case, the exhibition was the design portfolio of each student. So we talked about what is a design portfolio and what it should entail. They got a hands-on training on the CREAMS platform. We did some personal feedback with each student on their work and on building up their gallery. We used the curatorial process as a platform to go back and forth and talk with the students about reviewing and editing and categorizing their material. And then the students had an additional 1.5 days to actually build up their galleries. They got an additional lecture on moving from real space to virtual, and what that entails, what does it mean. And I would like to show you our results. You can see here 3-dimensional elements that were uploaded to the gallery. This is the latest feature of POC 3, as well as you can see the full use of videos, lighting, and text, in addition to images. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Fantastic information. Well, the next topic concerns the project result 4, which is led by Cyprus University of Technology. Is anybody from CAT here? Well, there is none. Maybe we can exploit the next 15 minutes for a discussion, a short discussion about all the project result outcomes till now. Is there any comment, anything, an observation, any remark, anything for Rebecca and the other?
I actually have a comment.
Yeah, Rebecca.
I think that as a group, as partners, we should consider where we take the knowledge that we acquired within the CREAMS project further on. There is a lot of exploring that can be done in the field of virtual exhibitions. Right now, we created a platform that is a great virtual platform, but it still abides to the physical laws. It has a floor, it has a ceiling, it has walls, it has lighting, like real lighting, it has textures, like real textures. But I think there would be an interesting exploration to be done that what if when we are in virtual space, we don't abide by we are not bound by the physical laws, and what are the opportunities? What are the possibilities, and how can we create completely different experiences? And I mean, the University of Patras is the leader and one of the biggest universities here in this consortium. So I think it would be great if you guys would be willing to lead such a project, and we would be happy to continue being your partners in a further research project that we could do together.
Yes. Is Professor Avouris, Rebecca?
Yes, I can't hear though.
Nikos.
Can you hear me now? Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes,
Hello.
yes. Hello.
I'm a member of Patras group. Really like to congratulate you for all the work you've done. It was very, very impressive, the work of you and your students and your department. And I just, you raised an issue because, as you know, at the end of a project, we are all worried how this will be sustained and developed further. So since you already had this extensive experience, it's really amazing what you showed, especially the video, but all the data you presented. And you just expressed a view of expanding the experience, as you said, beyond physical laws, etc. We would be interested to share with you various ideas about the future of this, how it could become sustainable. I mean, would you be willing, for instance, the current version to continue using it in your organization with your students? Would this be part of your curriculum and your work? And B, if you have a number of ideas like what you just expressed, you would like to work together in the future, draft perhaps another, look for opportunities, look for perhaps an organization which will maintain, because this is a lot of technology involved that our partners have developed. So we need somehow to continue funding this to be alive, otherwise it will die. So please let us know what you think about it.
Actually, it's true. You're absolutely right that for a project like this to stay alive, it needs further funding. I would be, I mean, I don't I wouldn't have a problem to continue working with the CREAMS platform. When we did the workshop, we went into depth, so we know very well also the limitations of the platform. And I know that because we reached the end of the project, that these limitations that we came across them, they're not going to be resolved right now because we are out of time and out of funding. But I think that in order to get some funding, we can try to write an additional proposal. I'm not sure if the Erasmus is the ideal proposal or if we can try to aim for something a little bit higher, whether it's Horizon or Marie Curie or even bilateral agreements. But we would certainly be interested in continuing being your partners and co-writing a proposal and trying to get some further funding on topics. And I think that we just scratched the surface on the topic of virtual exhibition. As I said, I think in the next project, I would like to see us go and try to break conventions and to research things that have not been explored. I mean, when we are in virtual space, we don't need to abide to physical laws. And what happens then? That I find is a very interesting thesis question that we could explore in such projects and maybe even create platforms that can do many more things.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps now that you're still hot and still, as we write up the final reports of this project, perhaps we can create a list of wish list of good ideas like what you just said, and keep them as the starting point of perhaps further like bilateral initiatives and projects or another opportunity for funding, I don't know, from your country or from Greece or from European Union, and look into the future. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rebecca. Your proposal is very good. It's fascinating. If we can extend the work that has been done here within CREAMS project, I'm feeling that the work we have done here is much more than an Erasmus Plus project. But we will see. There are many expectations from this work. Well, are there any other comments? We have 10 more minutes for our coffee break. Okay, then maybe we can go to our coffee break and come back for the hybrid hands-on. Thank you. Hello again, good afternoon. We came back for our next session, which concerns a working hands-on interaction with the CREAMS platform. It will be a hybrid event, and the lead of this event has the cognitive UX. So, Dr. Belk.
Hello again, everyone. So the purpose of this session is to provide a hands-on walkthrough, hands-on tutorial walkthrough the CREAMS platform, and with focus on the VR, virtual reality, exhibition editing tools, creation, and so on. So let me share my screen. Okay, so I would like to ask everyone to access the CREAMS website. And from there, you can access all the latest technologies, the artist-centered management system, the VR editor, and anyone who would like to see the other applications as well, like the AR app, they can download the .apk Android file. The 2D digitizer app, again, is an Android app. And we have the mixed reality application, which is a bit more challenging to deploy because you need a HoloLens device and you need some other tools, Unity and so on, to download, set it up. We have a setup manual, so anyone who is interested and has a HoloLens device, you can follow these steps and set it up. I will focus on the artist-centered content management system. It's web-based, so it's accessible from the website. And here you can, all of you, right now, anyone who would like to follow my steps, create an account, sign up for an account. In order to test it on, fully test it on your own, you will need to create two accounts, in the sense that you need to create an instructor's account and a student's account. But for now, if you want to follow my steps, we can make a role play in the sense that I will be the instructor and you can create a student account so that you get into the shoes of a student and how a student can use this technology. You just go to the sign up, provide an email, a valid email because you will receive a verification code, password, first name, last name. Enroll, make sure you select student. So here you need to select a student. For our demo right now, for today, please select CUX, Cognitive UX, so that we are under the same space. Basically, I will be the instructor of Cognitive UX organization, and the students will be under my organization, because for now, I mean, for this this scenario, in the few, what we will do now, because we were discussing this with the team, we will add a new feature so that administrator can create a new space for, so that other universities can use this tool, so that we are able to expand the organization list. Okay, so I will not go through this. Anyone who would like to follow the steps, please create a student account, but make sure you select CUX so that we are under the same space, Cognitive UX. Sorry, oh. Sorry. Right, floating. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, don't delude me. Okay, thanks. Let me go back. I will enter as an instructor right now. I have some accounts already made previously. CUX Pro. The group, it's not, doesn't matter. It's just for the summative evaluation. Just make sure the organization is CUX, cognitive UX. So you can see here, now I'm an instructor of cognitive UX. And this is the dashboard I showed you earlier in my presentation, where you see a list of exhibitions. This is currently split into VR exhibition, mixed reality and augmented reality exhibitions. In case an instructor would like to create a new exhibition, just follow the link on initiate new VR exhibition. You enter the data, you can do it right now, multiplier events. 3. Thumbnail. Shall I use the LTTA? I will show the LTTA because it's not my computer, so I don't have all the files here. But okay, we created one for a space in LTTA. So basically, just to walk you through, you select the thumbnail, the type of space, some metadata, starting end date, and once you do this, an exhibition is created. We created one for the purposes of the recent LTTA, so I will use that one 2 days ago, where the instructor has created an exhibition, and I can also assign. You have created an account. I see. I will assign you. So this is the student list. You just created an account, so I can add you now. Now you should be able, when you refresh the dashboard, you will be able to see the. Very good. The exhibition. All right. Very nice. So let me wear the hat of a student right now so that you can all see what a student will see. So for this, I have a second account. And here I have been already assigned to the VR for LTTA3. This is the space that I'm using. So through this dashboard, the student can access the various editing tools. We will show the VR editing tool for now, which is accessible through the VR editor here. But before I get into the tools of the VR editor, a student, one of the first steps a student would follow is to go to the Artworks Manager. So in the Artworks Manager, you can add 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. Yes. So you go to Artworks, and in the Artworks Manager, you can add either 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. So I have already some demo graphics here, 2-dimensional artworks and 3-dimensional artworks. Let me show you a bit the process of a 3-dimensional artwork. If I add a new 3D artwork, I need to follow 2 steps. Basically, add the artwork title, the thumbnail of the artwork, which is used for listing purposes. It's not the actual 3D artwork. And I also need to select the type of data. And we currently support 3 types, GLB, GLTF, and OBJ. Once I do that, I will not do that because I don't have a 3D model here. But once I do that, I go to a second step, which I will show you right now, based on an existing one I have. So let's say, let me show you the LTTA3 that I did 2 days ago. The second step is to upload all the relevant files of the 3D model, which can be a texture, a binary file of the model, or multiple textures. You upload them, and once you do that, all the files are bound to the record that we created in step 1. From then and on, the nice thing with this is that the student is free to upload whatever relevant file they have, independent from the technology they have used. Just you need to make sure that you are compatible with the type. It's a GLB and OBJ or a GLTF file. And from then on, our client applications are responsible to retrieve that data and display it in the exhibition. Similarly, we have a media manager where we follow a CRUD-based approach for creating, reading, updating, deleting a video, which is also accessible then in the exhibitions. And one important step before we enter into the VR editor, we need to follow the curatorial approach, something that we will also change. We will have, because we bootstrap this, we shape this for the proof concept 3, but we will make a change so that the instructor can choose between the type of assessment, the classic one in which a student can start, or the curatorial one. But for now, for the system, you need to go to the curatorial process, in which the student needs to select which artworks should be shown in the list, in the library of the exhibition. Here I have already made some selections. And once you do that, you go to the VR editor. Now, the VR editor, I already have some artworks assigned to the VR in my space. Let's wait a bit until it loads. And this is the space I created some days ago in the LTTA. So let me show you the main tools here. So now we are in the VR exhibition. Once we followed the step of uploading artworks, so I have the artworks in my repository. I have selected them in the curatorial process, which of my artworks I would like to be included in this list, basically. The right side, these are the artworks I selected. I got the approval from my instructor that it's okay to proceed with this selection. Now I can start editing, creating my space. As you can see here, we are at the left side, we are in a T shape that I created 2 days ago. And everything is wall driven in the sense that we have the wall that I'm currently looking at, and at the left side, at the right side, I have various tools for making changes in my exhibition, split based on the type tool I would like to use. So we have the room related tools in which I can change the wall color. For example, I can change the wall colors here. So you can, if you want to follow this, and I can answer questions as well. Anyone who has, we are currently showing, we are having a hands-on demo within the lab. For online participants who are currently following the steps, feel free to make questions and ask us anything if you need any help. Can change the ambient lighting intensity, lighter, darker, and so on. The coloring, the warmer white, colder color, and so on. Okay, now the second step we have the artworks. So here we have a list of artworks. These are the ones I selected earlier, 2-dimensional artworks and 3-dimensional artworks, in which what I need to do here is I need to select the wall, which I'm intending I would like to add an artwork. So I made the selection, and then I click assign, and the artwork is positioned at the default position, and then I need to go to the adjustments. When I go to the adjustments, I can either click here or make a selection, and the relevant tools for resizing, rotation are shown. So here I can position at the y-axis. Here I wanted to come a bit further in the front because in the previous version I positioned the other, as you can see here. I can change positioning, scale it up, scale it down, can change the value of scaling here. They want to scale it down faster, rotate it, and so on. Make various things, rotate to the right. So here someone has full flexibility to do whatever they want. Okay. Same happens relates to three-dimensional artifacts. For example, this is the 3D sculpture of the Aphrodite, in which rotation might be more helpful. For example, I select here. So there are two ways to select items, either directly clicking, but sometimes because there are overlaps, we made this drop down so that you can directly select it from the drop down, and we can make changes, position it, and so on as we wish. Okay. Similarly, the same logic for assigning artworks applies for labeling, for adding with videos, and so on. And finally, we have spotlights, in which we already have one spotlight. This is the list of existing spotlights. I already have one. I can change either the existing one, changing the penumbra, make it smoother, harder, change the angle, change the coloring, which I think is a very nice tool to create nice effects in the whole room. Change the positioning of the spotlights. Here, okay, here I increased too much the scale. You can see the lighting is being applied at runtime. The shadows are being created, which is a nice feature, I think. Another nice feature we added late in the last version is that a student can make backups. So what is happening here at the left side, as I mentioned, we have built the whole tool from scratch, but with regards to the VR exhibition, we have built upon a frame open source framework. So we are building upon this framework. So what is happening at the right side, we have built the tools which generate A-frame related code. And in case a student would like to keep a backup of this code, we have built a function where you click save and download. And this is the code, which is HTML based. It's a markup under A-frame, which can be saved on the local drive of the student. And then let me go. You can store this to keep a backup, exit the VR editor, and you can load this exhibition. What I've saved through this, you can load basically the exhibition source file, or even delete if you want to start from scratch, delete everything and start from scratch. Try that out. Deleted it. So as you can see here, the VR viewer is removed because I'm starting from scratch. Now that I deleted everything, I need to, the first step that I didn't show you because the VR space was already created, you follow the steps of creating your layout, saving it, and now I start again in a clean room. In a clean room to start again assigning things on the walls. For example, here I go artworks, I click on the artwork, assign a 3D model. Now, this is the default model. So here I need to go to the adjustments and I need to start scaling up. Oops, too much. You can do this. And let me show you again here. Don't have anything. Need to select the wall, add a spotlight. A default spotlight is created. And I can change again the characteristics. Do you have any questions? Would you like any help? Shall I come there? Shall I come there?
Why is there a grade so that you can snap next to the grade if we are in the job, put it in a different wall and
you don't have to put it on a different wall. You can add multiple images and multiple artworks on a single wall. You just need to reposition them. So, for example, here I have. Let me. We don't have a grid where it's snapped automatically. Yeah.
actually happens.
Yes, predefined. Okay, yeah. Hey, now here I have one, if you see it well, slide. But let's say I am adding this. Okay, this is a default position, so I need to go to the adjustments. And here we need to do it like that. Yes, this is and you can change the scale, the scaling value of positioning. For example, if I want to be more precise in the positioning, I make it smaller. So you can add it like that, or change at the Z-axis, bring it a bit further to the front. So that way, the idea is that you select the color, and on the wall, sorry, on the wall you hang whatever you want. We can, for example, here I can add another artwork or even the same artwork. Yeah, this now it's in the back. I need to go to the adjustments. Yes, it's good. Yeah. Okay, the space, things start to get slower in A-frame in general. This is a thing of the framework. You have a lot of lights, and if the space is large, you would click a lot of boxes and create a big space. And you have a lot of 3D models which are quite heavy. Then things start to, your computer the fan starts going. Mm-hmm. Yes. No, it should be okay. Yeah, the same logic. You go to, yeah, go, click on the wall, you assign. Now it's in the back. Let me go. That's why we created this drop down, and bring it up. And when you are in a visitor mode, you click on the video. By clicking, you start and stop. Now, to do that here, we have added this visitor mode where you can. Now I'm in a visitor mode. You click, but if I'm not in a visitor mode, I'm stopping the videos. It will not work because the mode of the figure of click, the click event has a different semantic in the editing. So yeah. You go to the visitor tab, and once you are in there, basically we have a flag in the. You go to when you go to the main screen. I need to log out a moment. Here you have view in the main login page, view VR exhibition as a guest. Click here. Now you can see all the exhibitions that were created so far as part of the summative evaluation. And of course, we can change that. Now it's for the summative. But we can parameterize it and show maybe what you told me earlier. can show a subset of your students if you want, if you don't want to have everything under one list. So this is the VR for LTTA. How you created this. This was created by Dimitris. And I created one some days ago in the LTTA. If you create and save it, it will be shown here. It will be available in public. Yes, basically the see, check this. This is the URL, and we differentiate it based on an ID. Right. Yeah, each exhibition has its own unique ID. It's publicly available. Let me show 1-2 things for the AR and mixed reality, and from then on, people can test it on their own, and I will be here for answering any questions. So I've shown the VR editor. Let me show you the AR and MR editors. Now in the AR editor and the MR editor, it's a similar functionality. The idea here is to make selections on which artworks you would like to be included in the augmented reality exhibition. So here I've selected, for example, these two under this exhibition. And in case you'd like to add them as in the context of an outdoor AR exhibition, you can also pinpoint at the location where you would like this artwork to be shown. Here you Google Map is shown. You make the selection and the longitude, latitude pinpointed, saved, apply location, close, saved, and then the team from Aristotle University have built the AR app, and together with this selection of artworks, they also get the location and they show it in their map. When the visitor is in close proximity to that location, it will be augmented on their mobile phone for outdoor exhibitions.
So they walk into the space and what happens step by step?
So basically, when a visit in an AR scenario, a student has created, let's say, in the campus outside or near in the garden of the university, they have selected 5 artworks, pinpointed that this artwork should be in that location, near the stairs, then another one near the parking spots, and so on. The visitor has the AR application and is very near that location. It will be, they will go to the location, the artwork will be augmented on their mobile phone, like the playful Pokemon Go style, I think, right? Yeah, all right.
Okay, so that's exactly what I'm kind of needing.
And this is an Android app. It's also available for download. Any questions from our online participants? Questions? Okay, thank you. Stop the sharing. I click here, my screen.
Restrictions are other restrictions.
For the AR? Yeah, it's supported. If it's a 2D, it will be shown as a 2D. If it's a 3D, it will be 3D. Yes, in A-frame. Yeah.
So if you have also then you can experience VR exhibition through CREAMS platform. You have equity
Yes.
on many events.
Yeah, you can upload. The artwork will be your art, whatever data type you have. Yes, I think so. Yeah.
We can play for a bit more things, and then we can have fast wrap up and close the event.
Very purple come. It's not for you. Okay.
δύσκολη διαζώση και μια κομμουτικότητα. Είναι μόνο αυτό. Κάνουν design, κάνουν artworks, αλλά είναι τις αποστάσεις και δεν έχουν τίποτα άλλο στο μάτι. Δεν έχουν κάποιο κοινό φλερ. Θέλουν να ανοίξουν, δεν είναι στο άλλο, δεν είναι στο άλλο χώρο, δεν είναι σε κοινότητα, είναι ο καθένας σπίτι. Και το μόνο που τους ενώνει είναι δηλαδή το να έχουν δουλειά που μαζί κάπου. Δεν έχουμε ιστορία space, αυτό είναι το link. Οπότε εγώ βλέπω ένα link για την εξαποστάσεως εκπαίδευση του design και του art, ότι αυτοί οι virtual spaces που είναι εύκολα, ότι έχουν μια δυνατότητα, όχι μόνο ο καθένας μόνος στο χώρο του, αλλά χρησιμοποιούνται σαν education tool, ακριβώς για να υπάρχει ένας κοινός χώρος για όλους.
Και έτσι ξεκινήσαμε από το ότι ήμασταν στις πλήρες στον κόσμο. Δεν μπήκαμε στην εξαποστάσεως εκπαίδευση. Θεωρήσαμε ότι είναι τα κλασικά ιδρύματα, αλλά λόγω κόσμου πρέπει να γίνει το μάθημα. Να υπάρχει ένα interaction.
Σήμερα τα μικρά πανεπιστήμια δεν θα είναι πελάτες.
Ναι, αυτό θα μπορούσε να είναι μια επέκταση. Δεν ξέρω βέβαια αν είναι κάποια. Θα πρέπει να αλλάξουμε την προσφυγή. Δεν ξέρω αν είναι ακριβώς τα ίδια. Ναι, αυτό ίσως θα πρέπει να είναι πιο πιο. Αλλά θεωρώ ότι γενικά ταιριάζει. Κάποιες κοινότητες γενικά. Είναι ένα κέντρο environment που φτιάχτηκε με τους stakeholders και για τους stakeholders. Συγκεντρώνει όλα τα tools που ήταν αποσπασματικά σε ένα κοινό φορέα και βάζει τους εκπαιδευτικούς μαζί με τους εκπαιδευόμενους. Αυτό δεν υπήρχε μέχρι το πριν. Νομίζω και σε όλα τα θέματα το ίδιο μας. Όχι είναι μόνο μέρα το θέμα. Αυτά κάτι που να μην προσέχει καλύτερα. Είναι το πολύ σενάριο. Η δύναμη είναι αυτό. Μπήκαν όλα μαζί, κάτω στην τεχνική. Δεν το έχουμε μια ευκαιρία. Ας το κάνω την ίδια. Μέσα από το UCD. Αυτό και συμφωνώ design. Ας πούμε, το τελευταίο task του design ήταν συνεπίβλεψη ανάμεσα στη university partners που ήταν design και την εταιρεία που ήταν design. Όπως και το πρώτο task του architecture και του structure ήταν πάλι συνεπίβλεψη. Ώστε να κάνουμε τη διευθύνωση. Θα ένα λύση, αλλά στην αρχή την ώρα. Και είναι σε τρία στάδια όπου έχουμε αυτό το evaluation και από όλα τα αλλά έχουμε τα πάρα πολύ. Έχουμε και έξυπνες. Έχουμε αυτό το calculation που έχουμε πει. Δεν είναι μόνο οι έξυπνες είναι και οι external bonds. Ειδικούς, οι οποίοι μας κάνουν το πόνο.
Θυμάσαι, Δημήτρη, ένα παιδί που έδωσε στη Δέκνα, που κάνει μια αξιολόγηση στην κριτική των εργαλειών που υπάρχουν.
Και κατηγοριοποίηση.
Και δείχνει κιόλας ότι το CREAMS αυτή τη στιγμή, αν κάποιος κοίταζε τι υπάρχει στην Ελλάδα, θα ήταν το
ναι,
υπάρχει μια ευκαιρία. Θα γίνει το επόμενο βήμα, είτε να αναπτυχθεί προϊόν, είτε να συνεχιστεί η έρευνα.
Έχει πολλά challenges, γιατί βάζει όλες τις κοινωνίες που υπάρχουν. Δεν έχει και το μίσο. Το μίσο αλήθεια που δεν έχει κάνει, δεν έχει κάνει. Stakeholders και δεν ήταν ίδια. Μπορείς έπρεπε να κάνουμε μίσο πολύ στάσεις και μετά να μας πούμε αυτή η εξής. Και ίσως εκεί μπορεί να βρούμε παγιλίτου με τις θεωρίες, τι τα ριζώματα, όλα αυτά που θα παρουσιάσουμε στην ιστορία, μπορεί να έχουν πόρο εκεί. Ειδικά στο ρεύμα, γιατί το έχεις σπάζει τα εμπόδια. Όπως λέγεται, πάει τελειώνει. Και σε βάση της μεγάλης της μέτρας. Αν δεν επιτρέπεται να το πω σε καλύτερα.
Πριν πλάς, λέγοντα.
Ναι, πριν πλάς.
Εράσμους. Μπορεί να κάνει
μετακρίσεις.
Μπορεί να κάνει και το πανεπιστήμιο.
Κοίτα, εγώ που βρίσκω ενδιαφέρον πώς θα μπορούσε να υπάρχει πάνω στην πολιτεία, όπως και το γιατί τα μουσεία, στην Ελλάδα, δεν υπάρχει μουσιολογία, δεν είναι το μουσείο. Δεν είναι μόνο χώρος του μουσείου, είναι χώρος του χώρους που είναι μερικά ελλείμματα, είναι η μεταπληροφορία που είναι πάνω σε αυτήν, όπως τους αριθμητικούς χώρους.
Τώρα με πάει στους πολιτικούς του παρακατήμου.
Να βάλουν κάτι παραπάνω. κάνει μερικούς τίτλους. Είχαμε κάνει animated typography σε μερικούς τίτλους, οπότε ήταν πιο scientific και contemporary. Και το είχαμε κάνει super good. Με AR πάνω σε δικό μας αρχαιολογικό μουσείο, το οποίο βέβαια, το κάνει σε ένα μουσείο, δεν μπορεί να παρέμβει στο μουσείο για την ελληνική νομοθεσία. Οπότε κάνουμε κάτι σε AR με το τηλέφωνο, να κάνουμε το δείξει, θα κάνουμε.
Ξέρετε, κανένα δεν υπάρχει πράγμα. Και μέσα στην πόλη υπάρχουν αγάλματα που έχουν ρεύμα από το δικό μου υπάρχει στο πράγμα. Ήταν σε μια εφαρμογή οπλώστα, όταν είσαι μέσα στο μουσείο και μέσα στο τεχνολογικό, σε συνδέει με αντίστοιχα τεχνολογήματα μέσα στην πόλη, και όταν είσαι μέσα στην πόλη και είσαι μπροστά σε ένα άγαλμα, σε συνδέει με αντίστοιχα τεχνολογήματα. Το κάνουμε με μουσιολόγο, βέβαια, το δίκαιο που κάνουμε με την μουσείο. Ήταν ενδιαφέρον, ήταν το μουσείο στην πόλη και τότε το μουσείο.
Αυτό, ναι, ο μουσιολόγος που είναι στο άλλο, ο μουσιολόγος που είναι για να βοηθήσει, το τι κάνει τα πράγματα. Και έχει τελειώσει το πρόγραμμα και τελειώσαμε ακριβώς αυτά. Και έχει συμπράξει με καλλιτέχνες.
Αυτό το κομμάτι του AR, νομίζω, έχει να δει. Το AR, δεν ξέρω αν έχει καταλήξει, έχει τρία φαξιονάρια. Το ένα είναι για exhibition outdoor, το που ήταν. Υπάρχει το indoor exhibition, δηλαδή έχει πιο άσχημο. Εκεί βλέπεις τεχνικά επαξημένα τα κάποια πράγματα. Υπάρχει το in-home.
Δεν χρειάζεται να έχεις πιο
ναι, αλλά εμείς θέλουμε να το βάλουμε μέσα στην ίδια εφαρμογή. Θα το δουλεύει. Υπάρχει στο σπίτι σου, δηλαδή το πορτφόλιο ενός φοιτητή, κάποια έργα του να τα διαθέσει και κάποιο να τα προβάλλει στο σπίτι του αρχιτεκτούρα. Αυτό είναι το in-home. Υπάρχει μια εφαρμογή. Είναι τρίτη εφαρμογή. Αυτό όμως την πρώτη γιατί θέλω να δημιουργήσουμε τρόπους αξιοποίησης με κάποια περιφάνεια. Δηλαδή, μπορεί να σκέφτεται τα λεπτά την πρώτη που δείξουν και να πει κάτι στο σπίτι. Αξιμένα.
Αυτό είναι ενδιαφέρον, γιατί δεν είναι ένα ενδιαφέρον μοντέλο για να κάνει
και αν είσαι και κουβέντα για την αίσθηση, δεν είναι η κουβέντα του είπαμε. Το δείτε αυτή η ιδέα, μην το κουβέντα αυτή η ιδέα.
Αυτό είναι μια επίπεδο. Είναι ένα άλλο έργο, το οποίο είναι αυτό που μπορεί να ελληνική παραγωγή να εκτεθεί. Αυτό είναι το ενδιαφέρον.
Υπάρχει μια δυνατότητα. Έχουμε βάλει το blockchain. Το blockchain θα μπορούσε να είναι αυτή η πραγματικότητα, αλλά δεν το είπαμε. Το είπαμε security εμείς.
Αυτό είναι το πώς μπορεί να παραγωγή.
Well, hello again. After a very interesting hands-on venue, we are closing the ending of our event. If you permit me, wrapping up what happened today, I can say that we had a successful event. We briefly followed all the work that has been done during these 3 years of our project. We presented the basic outcomes, and as a cherry on our cream pie, we presented some thoughts of the implementation, and actually we interact with all the tools of our platform. I hope that we gave today an interesting experience to our participants. And that's all for me. If you have any comments, we would be glad to hear them. I don't know. What is your feeling of today's event that closes the project, actually? Well, then, thank you very much for your participation. And I hope to extend our work in the future with another funded project or so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.